into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo guys and gals, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Uwu the Magical, and we're here to bring you some PUBG Mobile action. Season 2 is here and now, and this is going to be the first split for Asia Pacific. Uwu the Magical, welcome back to the show, man. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm super excited to see all the participants come play in today. PUBG Mobile is very, very interesting, especially the few patches being launched, being dropped. You get to see a lot of changes to the gameplay. We get to see how they are maneuver around these obstacles. But in the first question, how are you doing, Victor?
I'm doing great, man. I can't wait to see who are going to be our new challengers who are going to be coming up in this season here. We're going to have some familiar faces, no doubt. We got quite a few teams who have carried over here from season 1, but at the same time, we've got lots and lots of new souls coming in here into this new season. So hopefully we'll be able to see how these new challengers stick up against the veterans here in this ESL Mobile Open.
Yeah, definitely be interesting to see how the new players, they bring some new, fresh, interesting gameplay into the veterans and how are they going to hold up. And especially for the veterans, we do see a couple of them that they made it to the top, but can they hold on to what they know and what they can to remain on the top as one of the best? We have to see it today. This is only the first day itself, the first one, and it's going to be really interesting to see what are they going to bring to the table and bring to the plate.
All right, so let's go ahead and have a look at the qualified teams in this Open Finals number 1. So 16 teams have made it through from the ladders, and these are the teams that are coming through from all over Southeast Asia here. So we got teams coming from Philippines, one team from Malaysia, so shout out to our fellow countrymen there. We got teams from Indonesia as well, and of course teams from the Thailand. So wow, lots and lots of big names here. Who are going to be the teams that you're watching out for here, Uwu?
Ooh, this is going to be really interesting. We do see a couple of familiar faces. Definitely Diviso Envy, Diviso Heaven is going to be a new addition to it. But Diviso Envy, they did play in the first season. Other than that, Puma X, Lab Esport, Raptal, Jasper, Sailor Tree Esports. It's going to be one of the few couple of teams that I'm going to look at how they bring to the table. But now, a couple of new teams into the season. What are they going to bring? It will be really interesting. I think the first few maps will be a trendsetter. It's going to be a gameplay setter as well to see what can they bring. But to answer your question, I think I'm still looking up at Puma X Lab.
Indeed, they have really been up on the charts a lot in the ladders here. But let's remind you guys what these teams are fighting for here. So the prize pool is up on your screens here, ladies and gentlemen, and these are what the teams will be taking home with if they can successfully achieve these ranks. So of course, first place will go home with 2,000 Singapore dollars. That's a lot of money on the line here. Second place goes home with 800 Singapore dollars. Third place only 450. So the lower you go down, the less money you're going to be getting. But again, it's all about getting as much points you can so you can get as high up on the ranks as you will. So nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving into this open finals here, and with all these prizes on the line here, one only wonders how this is going to turn out. So the point system is definitely very familiar for all of you guys who have been following PUBG Mobile. Of course, higher up in the ranks you are, the more points you get. But in addition to that, every time you get a kill, it is worth a single point. So you always have to be balanced between getting your placement rankings as well as your aggression when it comes to taking those team fights.
Yeah, definitely. Placement rankings and kill points. Placement ranking does gonna be a big factor, but kill point itself does contribute 1 point to the total points that you collect by the end of each round. But looking at the 1.5 patch meta, the patch note itself, a bit of changes, a bit much more close quarter combat. They are introducing more of a fights between all the teams, and it's going to be really, really interesting. And especially with the map rotation that we have for today, we are going to start it off with Erangel for round number 1 at 6 p.m. GMT +8. The second round will be on the desert dunes of Miramar at 6:40 p.m. 7:20 p.m. we will be going to the tropical island of Sanhor. Then later on at 8:10 we'll be going back to Erangel and ending things off back to Miramar on round 5 at 8:50 p.m. So it's going to be really interesting to see the new patch being dropped, the new meta is going to be played out, and how everything unfolds today. This could be really, really exciting.
Yeah. I think one of the big things is that, looking at the changes that we've made in this current patch, it looks like the developers are really trying to encourage a lot more fighting, in this current patch, this current season of competition here in PUBG Mobile, isn't it?
Definitely with the new patch drops, with a lot of changes to the mechanics, a lot of changes to some guns itself, ammo itself. It's going to be really, really interesting to see. We do get to know that a rotation between the care package to ground loot is going to be the M2. It's one of the LMGs, and one new LMG will be introduced into the drop itself. So seeing how a lot more fighting potential, a lot more action is being introduced, can the players play it out, especially in the urban areas? We get to see how they're gonna perform onto those areas. Like school is one of the famous places, but Chinky can go onto hospitals, Jojo Pool, a lot of urban area to play with. So looking and judging based on the patch note itself, I do feel like some of the RNG on the circle might and it may drop into urban areas in the last few phases. Just some speculations.
Yeah, it's always dependent on where that final circle lands, isn't it? But hopefully, with the new changes coming in, we're going to see a lot more of these teams take that initiative, especially when it comes to that final circle. Because oftentimes, we always find teams, play way too safe, especially during the final stages. So hopefully, with the new new changes and the new challengers, especially, perhaps it can change a little bit of the play styles we've been seeing a lot, throughout the competition here. But nevertheless, in the end of the day, it's always going to come down to who is the best team in all of the 16 here, and it's only that one team that will be going with the bulk of the prize here at the end of this open finals. So we're going to be going to our first map very soon. It's going to be the classic battleground of Erangel. I can still remember the first time I dropped into Erangel. The first thing I had to figure out is where the heck can I find a gun?
Yeah, definitely dropping into Erangel. It's a lot of open spaces, a lot of urban areas. Finding a gun, it's going to be a question. I think most of the starting guns that we get to see is going to be some shotguns in hand, some pistols as well. And talking about pistols, they did rebalance some of the pistols around, making it much more interesting, much more into an early game fights. So seeing if anyone pick up a pistol, they might even get a kill, get to knock anyone down. It's going to be much more intense. I would say electrifying if you can even see a Tesla car in the game.
Oh yeah, this new patch now bringing in the Tesla Gigafactory for everyone in PUBG Mobile to visit. I mean, it's quite a treat here, ladies and gentlemen. You can go ahead and check it out right now on PUBG Mobile. Go ahead and give a drive in the Model Y, see how it feels in the ludicrous mode here, because Tesla really are bringing in a lot of really cool stuff here into PUBG Mobile. But yeah, it's really cool to see, especially in this patch 1.5. You know, it's been, you know, PUBG Mobile having been around for quite some time, it's always so impressive to me to see the level of love it gets from fans all over the world. I mean, seeing like even PMPL itself, the amount of competition in there is just incredible.
Yep. The gameplay, the competitiveness between all the players is super high, and seeing onto the community level, seeing all the people who wants to take a start into the professional since ESL Mobile Open, it's going to be a footstep. It's going to be a platform as well for them to push themselves towards the limit and push themselves to beyond what they are capable. And we get to see 16 teams today. They are going to perform. They are going to put on the best of the best for themselves, as they will want to rake the points and they want to sit on top as the champion. But bit of a soft prediction. Is there any team that you are rooting for, Victor?
I mean, most of all, I want to see the returning teams like Puma X Lab and Zealotry Esports. You know, these two teams have been two of the highlights, I think, from season 1. So this season, I really want to see whether they can either maintain their form from season 1, or are they going to be facing a new challenge, you know, in this next season. But certainly, you know, these two teams are the ones I'm really keeping in mind here, because they had really impressed us last season, and I'm expecting they will do the same again this season as well.
Definitely a lot of fans, a lot of support from the community onto some of the familiar faces. But for the new faces, they might have something up their sleeve. They might have something to put on the table to force the veterans into a pickle and force them in a very difficult pinch. Well, get to hear from the pilot itself. He's saying that we are getting ready and filled up for round number 1 of Erangel. We will be jumping in, coming in from the west, cutting all the way to shelter and landing at the end of military base. This is going to be a very interesting flight path.
Yeah, it's going southward, so I'm expecting the bulk of the people are just going to be jumping off like right now, so that they can get onto the northern side here. You know, that circle can land anywhere on this map here, so it doesn't really matter about which flight path it actually takes. It's all completely random, so you really have to maximize what your strategy is here, because that circle, if it does land in the far edge there, that's going to be massive migrations for everyone. But if it does land on the south side, then that's going to be interesting, because like that the military base island, whenever the circle lands there, you always anticipate to see that teams will definitely be roaming around a lot less when it comes to that.
Yeah, very interesting to see if the circles lands onto military base. It's gonna force a lot of teams have to pile into the 2 bridges that is available, or they can take a boat into the island. But I'm gonna put a soft prediction that the circle will drop right on top of school, covering mansion, Rozok, and it's going westbound. So still there is a chance that going into the island of military base, so there is a chance that players might pile in. But looking at this circle, it is quite open. No one is going up north except one of the team. It will be Nimbus going up north, but the rest of the team, they are safe and sound in the circle.
That's really interesting that no one really is pushing hard to go to that northern side. But this effectively means that the bulk of our competitors are stuck within this first circle itself. So this is going to be interesting, especially for the early phase. But nevertheless, Puma, they've found themselves in a nice, quiet little place here inside the school. So we got Triple F right now, scanning around, seeing which bit of loot does he want to pick from out here. I mean, pick a choice. There's a lot here you can choose from.
Puma Triple F gonna man up with all the weapons that he needs and the firepower, but on the other side we get to see two teams, they clash. We do have one knock, possibility is one kill as well, since that we are at 63 players alive. It will be Diviso going up against Demigod, so gonna be interesting to see how these two teams they are gonna face up against each other. It's gonna be Indonesia against Philippines. This is gonna be interesting. I do hear some shots coming in.
Yeah, this is Demigod's The Glass to Sis. So there are two Demigod teams here. So this is one of the sister teams that is currently faced off against the Verso. Right now, really, it's a big standoff here. Like, there's no incentive for them to move, except for the fact that the circle practically cuts between the two teams here. So perhaps a bit of a reposition is going to be on the cards here for the Verso, as they are on the ground now. Dam is just going to keep an eye on the house here. He has a really good position on the porch, so pretty much should be able to report if he does see any members of the Verso start to move out. Some shots already fired here, so perhaps they are trying to bait a bit of engagement here from Demigod. Are they going to be taking the bait though? They're returning fire right now, but I don't see anyone taking damage quite yet, except for a few of Demigods. But the Verso right now still holding position inside the house.
Yeah, seeing how these two teams, Demigod and Diviso haven't, they are sitting at quite of a good looting area. They are still having a standoff in between each other, so they have to be a bit more careful, because fights in the early round will attract a lot of enemies, a lot of players coming in. But we do see one player from the side of Demigod. They are flanking around. Meanwhile, Diviso Heaven, they are sitting in a tight area. They are playing it safe, just gonna wait it out as long as possible.
Right now, the key thing is just basically ensuring that you keep an eye on the positions, making sure you don't get caught out from rotations. That's a good catch there by Moon. He managed to catch out the Sizzy trying to go for rotation on the far end there. Managed to put a few pings there, so now Sizzy knows that he's already been spotted. So right now, the Verso probably will have to hold position. The good news for them, though, is that the blue zone favors their side of the village. But the thing is, all it takes is going to be one attack from Demigod that could potentially upset the balance here. So really, they have to maximize whatever farm they can get, despite being under pressure here from Demigods. But already a knockdown there. Dam getting caught out here, so he's going to be able to get a revive back up to speed here by Moon. But now the Verso is going to use his opportunity now to try to square away, and looks like they will be quite successful in that, rapidly moving away out of position as Dam now tries to get his health back up to speed.
Yeah, what a shot coming in from the side of Diviso, getting onto Dam. And Dam, he had the elevation, but the shots and the accuracy coming from the side of Diviso Heaven, it's on point. The nades is on point as well. Moon has to be a bit more careful, but Diviso Heaven, they are making a push. They are gonna go on to the two players. Another day coming in. Moon! The dark side for him.
There? He should have got out of there quick, because you knew that point is already zeroed. They're already throwing grenades, and they're very accurate at that in that regard. And Moon barely able to survive there, had to use his last med kit, so pretty much there's no more health to give now. He's in a very, very tough spot.
Yeah, I thought it was in favor for the side of Demigod, but Diviso Heaven is not gonna give up. But Solix, did not expect Kotyop. The flank coming in from the side of Demigod, but here is the push onto the side of Diviso. Has to be a bit more careful. There is two players on the ground floor. They are expecting one. You see the fireflies coming in. Syntax managed to get one onto the side of Demigod. Two players now, three players now. Moon's the last players alive for the side of Demigod. Can he hold it? But most of his teammates is getting tossed by the side of Diviso Howard. That is 2 down. Damn, he is really, really low. He's looking for his teammate Moon. Can he go for the save or he will play for safety and the long game? He is cooking up a nade. Just waiting, needing the staircase. Will it land? He does have the M239 in hand. This is the gun that has been brought out from the drop, from the box itself onto ground load, and this is going to be a close quarter. He is gonna spam it, but I do see a nade. Woo.
Yo, I mean, that was literally going to be the last stand there. I mean, his best bet was to at least maybe get a kill or two, but unfortunately, that was not meant to be. So, sadly, Demigods, the last two Jizz is out of this first round here. Quite a shame, though. We would love to see them move on a little bit longer, but fortunately now, we're just going to have to move on ahead. Riding aboard now with the Mitos Lightning. Currently finding a nice little village here to loot, but having only 3 members means there's not going to be much equipment between them, so they're probably going to have to be quite efficient with what they find here, I suppose.
Yeah, has to be a bit hard for them, but it's going to be a chance for them to find something. But do have to take a look at Budak HG. They are in the vicinity of another team. It will be Diviso Envy, one of the teams that made it in Season 1. Can they retain their position and their domination in Season 2? We have to see. But HG, they do have a good placing. They do have the high ground to look over at the horizon. So they're going to play it soft, slow and softly. I'm not gonna take any risk at all.
They could hold position as far as I could see. I mean, the main thing is that they have a lot of wide open area. There's maybe a few trees that Diverso could possibly use in order to make the approach up, but Keegan, who is in the other opposite building, probably could be able to spot them because he's up in the 2nd floor. But I wonder if that's the Keegan I know, though. I know a Keegan, but given that this is HG, this is one of the Malaysian teams here, the only Malaysian team in this current open final. I just wonder if I may have just spotted one of a fellow friend of mine. But nevertheless, HG right now currently should be able to stay in their positions here. They have no incentive to move. They've got some pretty good loot, I have to say. So at the moment, pretty much should be able to stay in this area here. The rooftop here, Hunter's pretty much got a really good view, so pretty much spot any squads that decides to pop up over yonder.
Yeah, a very good positioning for Hunter. He is able to look at all angles and give the information to his team, but he is wide in the open, so he has to be a bit more careful. If there is anyone that is scouting that spots him on the rooftop, he might need to drop. But they do have a lot of utilities to play with. Does have a couple of med kits, does have bandages and some energy drink in hand, but staying on the rooftop might be a double-edged sword for them. On the other side, nearby the coast, do see team number 13 will be team OGG Blades. They are on the coast itself. Nothing much. They still can go for the loots, not of a heavy one that they have, but there is still time. A lot of teams, they are in the safety. It's still early in the phase, so the great migration has not started. Now the team will make any aggressive move than the first one that we have seen.
Interesting. Sending some shots there. I wonder if he spotted someone in the distance or perhaps trying to get some baits going. But right now, Oasis have a really good position here to camp out in, and it looks like their strategy right now is just maintaining their flexibility when it comes to rotations, because they have a lot of vehicles on hand. They're quite wide out in the open, and they're keeping themselves spread out so they can keep a lot of these angles covered. I just worry that these shots here are probably going to attract a little bit too much negative attention here, that Oasis may end up revealing the position way too early for some of the others. But then again, it looks like they are quite well set up here. They've got quite a good coverage over this wide open area, so I just wonder what their game plan is going to be from this point on. Are they just keeping an eye on like where the circle's going to land and just rapidly reposition themselves, or are they trying to bait a fight on the side? Well, okay, that's a good landing, but could be a bit better, honestly.
maybe Oasis is trying to go for the meeting call, calling out the enemies and try to bait out any teams into a fight. But don't see anyone in the vicinity, but team Beta, there are nearby another team that is gonna cross by. It's gonna be a slow migration. Can see another team coming in. It will be Team Code themselves. Drive by quite fast. Don't spot out anyone. They will pass by the area, but shots being fired. This could be a U-turn coming from the side of Code, or they will drive along. They will drive into the safety.
Yeah, Circle's already come up now, and looks like that team's just moving on. They don't want to stick around too long. They knew it was going to be a bit of a bait, especially when you get sprayed towards the tail end like that. But now it looks like the Mythos Lightning are going to be making a move. It might seem that Circle Blue Zone is going to land right around the edge of this village over here. But in the meantime, this other team here, Code, who had just passed by the Mythos Lightning, have already set up camp on this opposite end here. Oh, in the meantime, though, looks like they're getting shot upon by HG because one of their members just got knocked down.
Yeah, this is interesting to see. Hishi was so far away, but I didn't get to have a glimpse on their migration. But you see, a lot of players, they are converging onto a spot. They do spot that one player, but Demigod, this is the different Demigod that we have. Still in the game, they are still moving around, has to await the bullets itself. Will be going into safety. Can they get it? They will be in safety.
Just barely, but look at that. They literally ran right into them. I mean, it's just lucky that he didn't get knocked down there, but he literally jumped out his car there, put some shots down. That forced Demigod now to camp inside this ditch. And boy, I don't think it's a really good spot though for them. So practically, I think they might have got themselves into quite a quandary here inside this pit.
Yep, definitely getting themselves in a very tough situation. They might stick around a bit longer. Just gonna see how the rotation, how the movement, they can go into the two compounds. But the Oasis, the meeting call, they have managed to find some prey. They managed to go hunting onto Diviso Heaven.
Oh, that's already one down, and that's it. That's all members of Diviso down now, and Oasis comes up on top with all members here. Really, really good for them. So 14 teams now remain. We still have we still have 4 more circles to go. And still have plenty of opportunities for fights to break out here on Erangel. Let's see how they're going to handle this now. I do see Team 12 there on the distance of where Oasis is. That's the Doragon Union. And Zealotry, in the meantime, though, seems to be in a bit of a pickle here against Jetstar AW.
Looks like the Jet is on the low ground, but Zealotry sitting on top. They do have the sights. They are firing down, holding down the enemy, gatekeeping the side. There's 2 knocks. There is a lot of damage being thrown out from the side of Zealotry. Suppose they can hold on longer, but the zone might start to hurt. It will be the 4th zone. They might want to evacuate and be a bit more careful because they do hear there is another team at the other side firing down onto the side of Jet.
I mean, what a classic situation, isn't it? Zealotry has a high ground. Jet doesn't have it. So, and they're outside on a blue zone. They're getting completely slaughtered out there. And Vincent, please be gentle, man. There's only 2 members left now of Jet AW, and they're struggling to try to get their teammate revived now. But no, it looks like Zealotry are going to try to put in the final blows there. I see 1 member moving up ahead with the car, but Vincent continues to snipe from a distance there. But all he's doing right now is keeping Jet outside on the blue zone. And eventually, that's going to eat them up. But now shots are already coming out from the other side. Now Zealotry is not going to have to focus their attention on the opposite end because Demigods is within their vicinity.
Yeah, there's 2 knock from his teammate, and you can see Vincent going on ham, takes out 1, but does have to be a bit careful. Notawa, the last player still standing, has to toss some smoke out. Gonna go for the rest, gonna go play a bit more safe. try to get more numbers on his side, but has to be a bit careful as Demigod do see one of the players going for the push, going onto Earth. Earth tried to call in to safety, but Nutawa, if you land the rest, has to be a bit more careful. Nate comes out, brings him to quarter life. Molly being tossed out. Will be a Kobe match between these two players. Has to find a way. Oh, Earth been knocked.
Oh,
3
Earth is
players
down.
still alive. Ooh.
Kavita might not be long for this world, but Rinsen needs to find a way to try to flank them here because Demigod literally it's only one member up, but he's already gotten his teammate revived now, so I think Rinsen now is thinking about just basically getting a heck out of dodge here and hopefully trying to go for that final circle. So they're gonna leave Shabeta behind, and that's a little bit unfortunate because Shabeta is in a really bad spot there, so we couldn't quite rescue him in time. So Zealotry now focusing on the game ahead, unfortunately has to sacrifice one of their own.
Man, looking at how the game unfolds, patch 1.5, it truly introduced a lot more fights in the early, mid, and the late stage. This is full out action, but as the round has to go into the hut, decides to be a bit more careful as the players is cross firing from the other side, has to be a bit more careful. They are by the coast. This is the spot that Oasis had the meeting call, but it is going to be a hot spot, a very dangerous spot. Demigod 1 will be going down, but focusing at this area, we do have 3 teams, could be 4 teams fighting in this small vicinity.
Yeah, Mito's Lightning Badut right now trying to keep himself in good spot here behind the rock, sends out a little smoke grenade there, hopefully try to cover his approach there to try to revive his own teammate. KBN, no! He gets caught out there! Lancelot with the kill! So unfortunately, what an end there, because it could have been a really good one, especially after having an encounter like that against Zealotry, but nevertheless, that was not meant to be. So that's already another team down, 12 more remain. Right now with Diverso, this is Diverso NV currently inside the house. HG still hanging around here, it seems. Just outside the next circle is going to be coming in soon, so they're certainly having a really good view over the sector. You can see Newbie from Oasis on the other side, and Code, who JCY is keeping an eye on. The Car 98 could get a hit. Didn't quite land that time though. Waltz still sitting around. He's going to return fire now, so JCY cannot stick around too long. He's going to have to get some bandages up in the way, but Code knows that HG is in this area. Now a lot of attention is going to be focused onto this side now, as we do see Zealotry already moving in. We also see another team getting into the circle now. It seems like 4 Angry Birds is already trying to stake a claim onto the center there. Another member's gotten themselves knocked down. Things are getting very tense in this 5th circle.
Yeah, 5th circle, but looking at how the position of this circle, it has high ground, it has a lot of angles. It's going to be really difficult. Bringing a lot of vehicles into this one is going to be interesting there, as they can use it as a structure. They can blow it up and turn it into a structure to make a bit more defense needs being cooked. They are trying to nail it in. Two-Boat trying to go for a sneaky one, but a nade comes in. Oh, has to be a bit more careful. A lot of teams, they are stuck in a lot of nades being tossed out. Feels like an artillery. But oh no! His nade did land onto his own team. He has to be a bit more careful with those tosses.
Yeah, problem is there's so many grenades flying from every single direction here, and virtually everyone saved up their nades for this one moment, it would seem, as now it's just piling onto this house here. Nimbus still holding the house at the moment, but seriously, everyone else is trying to knock them out of this place. So here we go, Junior tries to find an opening inside the house here. We got CRV on the top there. He's gonna try to come around the balcony. Grenade's gonna come through there. Not gonna connect too much. We got Dredden inside the house now. Is he gonna be able to find a kill though? Very tight. Very dangerous. He's gonna slip the drink. Opens the door. Already one knockdown there. Junior now trying to finish a kill. He does get the kill done. Now Nimbus gonna lose another member on the ground there. As they continue to try to strike it down. Junior trying to hold his own here. Still trying to hold it. Still trying to get the kill. Does get the kill. And finally nailed it down. Now one more member Nimbus. He's gonna try to play it out. Yeah, his first aid kit's gonna be set up here to get. Fortunately, his teammate couldn't quite
Nasty.
survive there, but now Junior jumps in. Oh, that's a good one there, but he doesn't quite get the next knockdown. He's got health quite low. And finally, the switch and the weapons does get the kill in the end. Man, that was a heart-stopping moment if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, what a play from Junior through the window to the ground floor, turn around, 118, no scope, lands the shot, will be able, but JCY, he is one nasty with the shot on the car itself, managed to get some ding onto some of the players. Puma Excellab, finally we get to see them in action. They are going on to the push. Can they get for more triple F? Thinking on a quick notice, dropping some of the smokes, try to get some of the utilities out and create a boundary. You do see the circles out in the open. It will be diving into this open area. Whoever has high ground might have the advantage. They did bring in the vehicle. It is going to be a good thing to do, but looking at fast, they just break down. Wow.
Yeah, the spray stronger than the Car 98, unfortunately, as Diverso gets spotted at the back there, but looks like Degon investing, taking a lot of damage there, very, very low, gets on the ground, gets the first aid kit, still alive for now, but Degon, unfortunately, none of their members have been taken out yet, so they still have a full team, technically at this point, but look at that, amount of shots just ringing all around. Puma caught in a rock in a hard place because of Degon and Oasis, but now Oasis only loses Uno there, and Degon now trying to eliminate this last bit of cover here before they can try to get a good opening here towards HG, but right now, it's all down to these last 5 teams. Who's going to be able to hold it on? The next circle is going to be coming round soon.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Look at how HG, they are on a side where there is no enemy they can play. But Keegan got some lick shot. Puma is dropping out. They are out, leaving us with the last 4 team. We do have Diviso, MVD, got Oasis and HG. 11 players alive, and there is a drop in the middle of the fight. It's going to be really, really interesting to see all 4 teams. They are fighting out. HG having players dropping. Keegan, the last player, alive. Meanwhile, Deacon, they still have 4 players. They are in the center of the circle. Diviso Enemy does have 1 player still alive. This is going to be interesting. Can Deacon be able to clutch this and get the first chicken dinner?
Besting's got himself knocked down. Nubas is going to try to turn around here, but Oasis is now moving up and rapidly towards that final circle here. So they are going to have to make this fast. G4 now sends a Molotov up the way while he tries to go get a revive on his teammate here. But you got to watch out for Diverso because Junior is right up on top of the hill and he has a high ground. So certainly it's making it very tough for Deacon to try to make this approach. Still 3 teams remaining now. Who are they going to be able to get up on top here? The thing is, Deacon has a lot of members. This problem is one of them is on the ground. So G4 is going to try to get a revive now as the rest of his team tries to move up, but Oasis is still providing pressure from the back here, so Nubas can't really move out of the way.
Yeah, 3 teams. Deacon does have 3 players. One of them is not still in the game, but Nubas does have the angle to look at. Diviso Envy still have 1 player. Oasis does have 2. It will be a 2v3 with 1 situation. Nubas has to hold on for his teammate and hold on as long as possible as they get all their utilities power, but not much left in the tank for them.
Nubas taking a lot of damage now. Topaz does get a kill on the 1, so right now it's Deacon versus Oasis. So it's 2 versus 3. Optimizer is already taken down. Yubi is going to try to find a way to fly, but Optimizer is probably going to get taken down. He gets going to take it out. Only 1 member left. Yubi, unfortunately, gets completely slaughtered here, and that is it. That's going to be the chicken dinner now, going to Degon, the Oregon Union.
Yeah, the Oregon Union from Thailand getting the first chicken dinner. They are hungry for it. They managed to clutch it out. They hold on as long as possible in the final few fights, and they hold on into the center as long as possible. They managed to get 7 kills in the back. That's confirmed 7 points in for them. and 15 points just for placement alone. But the second placing Oasis, looking at the kills that they have at least 15 kills. That ties off just purely on placement. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, despite the fact that Oregon Union takes a chicken dinner, I think Oasis may have slightly more points though. But nevertheless, this is a really good first round here for Oregon Union. Congratulations on this first chicken dinner.
Yeah, the opening chicken dinner for Oregon Union, they get it in. They are feasting on the first win. That is going to be a morale booster. That is going to be a tactical way for them to look at how are they going to go up against the other team. They will be jumping into Miramar later on, but on the next Erangel, they set themselves up as a big target. They will be putting themselves and painting the whole picture as all the teams. They will look at how Oregon Union play and they will try to eliminate them as soon as possible.
Yeah, I don't know about you, man, but looking at the way that final circle turned out, can we have a little bit more of that? That was such an exciting final circle there. My goodness, shots firing all around, teams scrambling to position themselves and reposition themselves. Wow, let's go ahead and check out the highlights here, ladies and gentlemen, because I really want to recap myself on all that action that we just saw.
Yeah, we love to see all the action from the start to the end. Whew. The shots coming in the mid phase from the third phase itself is going to be interesting. Oasis, the mating call they made in the early stage, they managed to get one team to fade in.
I mean, they have been so aggressive all throughout, and as you do actually, in PUBG, because it's one thing to really focus on trying to make it to the final circle, but it's another thing to really roam around the map and force fights where teams are really not expecting it. And I think Oasis did very, very well to rack up a lot of kills here, so certainly they've set themselves up very well in this opening round here. The question I think is going to be for a lot of these teams, especially the returning ones from season 1, is that how are they going to be adapting to this new meta right now? Because looking at that final fight, lots of chaos, lots of second decisions had to be made at one spot, and certainly the teams that are able to communicate and make those decisions really rapidly are certainly going to be way ahead. So, and the thing is, coming to this final circle here, it still felt like it could have been anyone's game, but I think Digon really did well in maintaining a battle on two fronts, and that was pretty much what enabled them to survive for quite a long time. Because on the one hand, you got Diverso on the top side, but you got Oasis on the low side, and Digon did really well to manage both of those fights really well, and in the end, managed to be the last team standing by the time that final circle came up.
Yep, really interesting to see how Oregon Union, they heightened the teams. They were going up against 3 teams at one time. They know when to gatekeep the players. They know when to toss the utilities, use the angles that they have. They were controlling the fight. They were dictating how the gameplay is. And HG, Oasis, and Diviso Envy did just play into the hands of Oregon Union, and seeing how that is being played out in the last phase, that was just pure on action. It was just on point, seeing how they just control the whole battlefield, they control the enemies, they control the whole gameplay. That is just way on point. They can just continue replicating this formula onto the next few maps and the next few rounds. Definitely they can solidify themselves on top as one of the best teams.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see whether that will happen though, because again, we just finished map number 1, still got 4 more maps to go in today's competition here. So that was the Open Finals number 1, game number 1. We're going to come back later on here to go and give you guys an update on the standings, but for now, I have to say that was a really, really explosive opening here to this Open Finals number 1. Would you agree there, Ubu?
Yeah, definitely agree with you with the 1.5 patch. We've seen a lot of action from the start. We've seen how Demigod went up against Diviso Heaven itself. We see how the fight unfolds. We see the pushes. It introduced more of an aggressive gameplay from the teams. It introduced them to have an early fight, have the early lead itself, a great momentum booster, and how you maneuver into the later phase, how you maneuver yourself into the phase itself. It sets a phase that, all right, we have seen this kind of firepower, we have seen this kind of gameplay, but going into the later phase, it's more on how you coordinate, how you sync it up as you fight other teams at the same time. Not only one team that you're fighting multiple teams, because it is a battle royale. We've seen how D-Gun, they went up against 3 teams at one point. They were so coordinated. They know, all right, I have to hold one of the players from the top side, that is Diviso Envy. We have to go up against Oasis on the low ground. We have to go for the long fight with HG. Surprisingly, to see how HG is playing and performing, they managed to get some pop shots, they managed to get some long shots itself. Seeing they trying to fit in some 1.4 meta in the current patch itself, more of a long fight, just hold in and just find a good angle and try to get the third party in. But D-God, they play it like how it is supposed to be, how it is introduced to be, more of an action pack, more of an aggressive gameplay, and seeing how the M249 being dropped onto ground load, we have seen how it impacts the game. Even though we do see a bit of nerf onto the gun, the fire rate, the amount of bullets capacity in the ammo belt itself, the damage itself did get some nerf, but seeing how the M249 is being played is going to be really, really interesting on the later phase.
Alright, so with that on the way, I think we're going to be checking out what the standings are after game number 1. And ooh, this is not what I expected at all. Well, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. OGG Blitz, we have match ticket and the first ranking after game number 1, thanks to 15 kills. That's a lot of kills for them. So 27 points is enough to put them ahead of Doragon Union, who only managed to earn 22 despite taking the chicken dinner, having only earned 7 kills. I mean, my goodness, OGG Blitz alone had taken more kills than both Doragon Union and Diverso NV combined.
Definitely seeing how OGG plays it out, sit themselves on top. I think they are putting a call into it. We will have the early mating call, as we have seen Oasis OGG Blitz did in the early stage. Call in the enemy, bait them in. We have the firepower, we have the understanding, and we have the guts and blood to put it on the map. And they, right now, can see 50 kills in the back just for them. That is just pure on chaos for OGG Blitz.
Very, very well done. So that's certainly going to be putting a really good damper right now into this first game. So I'm going to be really interested to see how things are going to happen once we get into game number 2. So, yep, in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break for a little while while we get set up for the next game. But don't go away, because we'll be right back. This ESL Mobile Open, so stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo guys and gals, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. My name is Victor Cax, join me here is Uwu the Magical, and we're your casters for today as we enter game number 2 of this PUBG Mobile Open Finals number 1. So this is the first split of season number 2, and what an explosive first game it's been on Erangel. But now we're going to be refocusing our attention on the next map here, and that's going to be on Miramar. So Uwu the Magical, what are your thoughts after seeing such an amazing first game here at this ESL Mobile Open?
Yeah, what an opening on first round itself. A lot of action we have seen, a lot of gameplay, but it is on Erangel. It is going to be a real balanced map. We have seen the long fights, we have seen the short range fight, we have seen some mid range fights as well. But talking about the next map itself, the next round itself is going to be on Miramar. It's going to be a bit more different. Looking at how you want to approach it, it has a lot of plays, a lot of open area, a lot of elevations to play with. A long range fight will be the best of it, but looking at how the team is playing, is going to be a lot of close range. It will be really interesting to look at them.
Indeed. So reminder for you guys at home here, if you want to have the cut of this action here, if you see what you like about this competition here, maybe you want to join in as well. Well, good news for you guys is split number 2 is already open for registration, so go ahead and hop on now. That's on the link that will be shown on stream right here. That's esl.gg/ESL Mobile PUBGM. So that's esl.gg/ ESL Mobile PUBGM. So go ahead, sign up for split number 2, and maybe, who knows, we might be casting you in the next one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the second split itself is going to be more intense. Looking at how everyone's going to look at the first split itself, looking at how the teams are performing, looking at how explosive it's going to be. Second split, I am anticipating a lot more action, a lot more fights, a lot more needs being tossed in. It's going to be really interesting, but we have to go back into the first split, looking at how they are going to approach onto round number 2, Miramar. I did say it is going to be a long range, but how are they going to perform into it? This is going to be really interesting. Victor Cax, what do you have on your side, your opinion about this second round?
So the thing is, like, traditionally I've always seen Miramar rounds as these kind of like slow downs, especially early game wise, because, you know, map being so wide open, you know, it means that teams are more focused on actually trying to, you know, find the farm rather than trying to find other teams to fight. So I wonder if like the new changes now is going to encourage a little bit more of those early game fights. Certainly the teams that will want to take advantage of that will certainly do in this round, and it seems like having that extra aggression might actually pay off in the long run if Oasis is kind of playstyle is anything to go by, because it's going to be quite a lead there that they've already got. It's certainly not going to be unchallengeable. Definitely either Diverso or Doragon is probably going to be in range to contest them for that, especially if they can get to the final circle and get the chicken dinner. But nevertheless, I mean, I really want to see if the new changes successfully makes Miramar's like early game into a much more involved affair, because I always felt that had always been the weakness I felt out of all the maps in PUBG. That Miramar is always this game where it's such a great map, but always starting off on there is always very slow. So I'm hoping that this actually speeds things up a little bit. Hopefully, we might see a little bit more options, you know, for teams that want to be more aggressive. Because I feel that certainly for teams that want to go for that kind of play style, they can really realistically only do that on certain maps. So I don't know. At this point, I don't know really what to expect, especially after having seen an explosive game one like that. I'm expecting that we might be surprised quite a lot in this next game.
Yep, definitely. I think I agree with your opinion on that. How Miramar traditionally it is going to be a long, draggy game, a long, draggy map itself. Nature is being built that way. It builds for more of a technical gameplay where you go for the angles, you go for the long fights, you go for the long range itself. But with the new meta, the new ways, a lot of teams is approaching it. It's much more aggressive. You might see the great migration in the early phase. If the circle favors everyone, like how the first round, the circles, we do see 15 teams out of the 16 teams were in the first circle itself, the first phase itself. So if Miramar does favors all the players and all the teams are inside, we might get to see a much more aggressive, because definitely it's going to be an open ground. They are going to go in for more fights. They are going to push in for more aggression. There is a lot more rewards once you go for the aggression. You push in, gets the kill point. Looking at how OGG plays Oasis, they did it. They made the meeting call in the early stage. They call out a team. There was one team that answered it, and they managed to reap the rewards after that, and they went on and tried their best to get the chicken dinner. They did not get it, but they managed to get 15 kills. That ties off for one chicken dinner. If they can replicate the same thing again, I think that is something that they have to keep on doing onto all the teams for all the following maps itself.
Yeah, and we still have a lot of maps to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not forget, we still have Sandhawk to come after this, another repeat on Erangel, and another repeat on Miramar. So make sure you guys stick around here, because this live stream is going to be going on all night long, and we're going to be here to entertain you guys all throughout here. So hope you guys enjoyed this. Make sure you guys like and follow the page here, ladies and gentlemen, so you can stay notified whenever these live streams come up. And of course, go ahead and visit us on the ESL gaming website there and sign up for all your favorite games, because we've got lots of titles for you available on the site here. You can choose from a wide gamut of your favorite esport titles here. And for today's one on PUBG Mobile, you know, seeing all this new talent here really gets me excited, because it really shows that there's a lot of untapped potential out here in Southeast Asia.
A lot of untapped potential, but we can say 16 teams, they are in the flight. They are in round number 2. The second match of the day will be on Miramar, coming in from the east coast to west, crossing onto La Vendetta to La Ridlera. It is going to be interesting to see how the teams, they are going to split themselves towards the north, towards the south. It is going to be really open, but the first circles is definitely going to be interesting to see, because it's going to be wide open play. Do we see any team wants to go in for the early aggression, like how OGG Blitz or Oasis did it in round number 1? And we do get one knock before even the last team drops.
Woo. What the heck just happened there? Well, I mean, we gotta find out, I suppose. But yeah, in that case, OGG Blitz very early, dropping off very early, so it feels like they might try to go for that early strat.
Wow.
But look at that, the circle.
That is so
okay.
nasty.
So yeah, similar to game number 1, this might actually encourage a mass migration in the early stages here. So, and with bulk of the teams having dropped off early, man, I mean, the potential for early game fights has just gone up to 11 now, man.
Definitely a lot of crossroads, definitely a lot of gatekeeping, but we do see how the team gets to be Zillatry, gets onto another player. This is just back to back. You can see how all the players, they are going into the early fight division. So Envy, they are going up against the winner, the champion of round number 1. Dragon Union. This is going to be interesting how Dragon wants to approach this. Do they want to go in for the early fights, or do they want to go and solidify themselves for a lead in the standings?
Yeah, right now Zealotry might find themselves a bit of pickle here. They found one of Demigod. Oh, they're gonna lose them. Unfortunately, one member already down for Demigod, and it might even find some more. But Snutawat is gonna get himself revived now from Earth, while the rest of Zealotry are gonna be scrambling to see if they can find any extra members to try to take out here from Demigod. But it seems like this encounter is all but done, as the rest of Demigod have already expelled from the area, so they can breathe a little bit easier now. But then already one man down there, so a bit unfortunate for the Demigods there, unfortunately.
Demigod sitting at a very hard position. Zealotry made an early aggressive fight. They even have the time to even rest one of the teammates. That's a good coordination from the whole team. But Natawat has to be a bit more careful. The next few knocks is going to be a bit more painful for him. But meanwhile, they do manage to secure some kills in the back. They have 3 kills in the back already.
Ooh, this is a very interesting place. Oh, surprise, mate. Wrong place, wrong time there, I have to say. But Chief D does get a good kill there, so probably it's already attracted the wrong kind of attention from Puma. But right now, the rest of Puma are not even around, so I think Otto has just got himself caught out while he's trying to roam.
I'm surprised to look at how Puma XLA is playing, but on the other side, Code going up against another team of Demigod. They are trading shots, trading kills, but Code still standing on top. He managed to break some points, but Puma XLA, this is surprising to see how they are playing. Oh, Maximo with the M249, collecting some shots. Has to be a bit more careful, but Demigod's living with 2 players alive. God, this is going to be a hard one for them to climb.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough, but again, they're really keeping themselves separated, you know. They're going in duos at this point. As you see, Demigod right now trying to expel out this area, but it seems like they want to try to spread themselves out so that they can maximize like potential farming paths they could try to take. But unfortunately, this is really bit Puma in the back there, unfortunately, because Otto got himself caught out in a very unexpected way there, especially up against Beta Themius. So now Demigod's gonna try to regroup and try to recover for this round, because there's only 2 members left, and they still have 15 other teams to fight in this Miramar map. So, man, it's gonna be a long journey ahead for this team.
And I do see a lot of teams that are having the early migration onto the safety zone, and they are moving in for a positioning. You see a lot of fights. This is surprisingly to see in Miramar in the early stage, fights coming in. It's going to be really interesting. HG is making their own migration in as well. Ooh, this is going to be really jam-packed of action. This is going to be interesting to see for all 16 teams.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is just avoiding contact against each other here, but so far, I mean, we haven't really seen that the early game aggression that I was expecting. It's still very much early game. It's all about searching and farming and scouting around, as all these teams are certainly doing their best to do so. Diverso right now getting quite a decent amount of farm here, it looks like. But I think most importantly, they still have most of the team intact here, which is certainly better set compared to a lot of some of the other teams we have here at the moment. So currently Chibuet has a truck, so he's going to be coming around to pick up the rest of his mates.
Yeah, they will be grouping up. Does have a lot of utilities in the back. Does have a level 3 backpack, level 2 helmet, and equip level 2 armor as well. So most of the team will have their average loots. The best loot will be level 3 loots, but they have to get into the circle for the early phase to be a bit more careful. Does want to solidify themselves in a good positioning, but most of the team, they should be in the safe zone, so I think it will be a long run later on. But HG, they do have the high ground.
You have a high ground, as is particularly good for the name, but I'm not sure if they have the vision onto Diverso. But nevertheless, I don't see any engagement happening in that front. Oh, might just find a newbie. Right in the midst. Sprays go through, but newbie's still able to get around. He's knocked out of the car. He's out of the way. Newbie. Oh, that's when explosion go off. Yes, they did. They took out newbie. Code has just scored blood.
Yeah, Code putting in the codes. They are bumping cars a bit. Oh, they are going in for the aggression. Oasis had to be a bit more careful crossing into the open area. As you can see how Code, they were just gatekeeping. They were just waiting for anyone to even come into their side and gun them down and grab the points.
Yeah, I mean, that's just literally food landing on the table in front of them. So can't really blame them for taking it, because literally it's just right there for the pickings. But now Code is going to be on the move now. 55 players still remain. 16 teams still remain despite all the kills that have gone around so far, as we seen teams slowly getting themselves whittled out the way. Heishi has just spotted Diverso and be trying to slip away, but it looks like their gatekeep attempt didn't quite work out well. But certainly they can stick around here for quite a bit, because this high ground here is providing a lot of views, especially down below.
Yeah, they do have long range. They do have a VSS in hand to play with as well. Drops are coming in. Will not be nearing them, but looking at history, they might be going in for more. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do get to see a bit more fights. But Vector does spot out some vehicles in the far. Doesn't have the scope to go for it, but JYC, he does have a scope on. He might be able to go for some pop shot, but will not. I don't think he will be able to collect anything. But Jet stuck in. This is gonna be a hard one as the zone is on top of Jam Champs, trying to hold on to this busted vehicle. His buggy is all flipped out, but Nimbus gatekeeping that.
Yeah, it's really tough, because they're fighting inside the blue zone. Now, granted, this is the first stage, but nice shot there from Champs. He's ready to take down one. Can he get another one, though? What? That's just a perfect way. That's just perfect. Champs, what a champ. What a champ indeed. A single elimination on a team all by himself, and that's from overturning his own buggy. Who could have thought? Who could have thought?
That setting up a trap by the roadside. Real good play from the side of Jet. But Champs, he is on point with the shot. They are on the east coast. They do have a bit of a distance to cover to safety. They are going to loot up as much as possible wherever they need, but they have to hit into the zone real fast, because this is going to hurt a bit more as time elapses onto them. They do have 3 players alive. It is going to be a bit hard for the late phase, I would say.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, though, it's still quite early on in this blue zone, so you can still afford to stick around a bit. Right, it's not too long, but they're not too far away from the edge of the blue zone, which is good, especially given that they have vehicles, so they should pretty much exfil once they've already got to the fill of the loot around here. But nevertheless, that's another good kill points to be going towards their end, though, because that is certainly an elimination I don't think they expected, not least on the opposite end. Nevertheless, Puma, XLF, with only 3 members left, as Otto got himself unfortunately caught out. Seems like they're getting very close to where Beta is, so perhaps it might be an opportunity here to return the favor onto Beta for taking out their teammates.
Yep. Puma XLF, it is a bit surprising news here. This time they are overwhelmed by a lot of new players, a lot of new teams, and their strategy is not going well for them. They can try a bit more, but they have to adjust to the gameplay. They have to adjust to the teams that is playing much more aggressive. But Beta, on the other hand, they do have a team to be aware of. Demigods, they are hunting the players of Beta. Puma XLF might be able to smell the hunt. They might be able to go in for a third party.
Well, they might. Or Otto probably would just be smiling as he sees those kill feeds come up because no Beta's probably in trouble right about now as Cry is keeping his eyes on the village here. Hasn't spotted any other members from Beta quite yet. This next circle is going to be coming up. Where is it going to land this time around? Ooh, it's going to be quite interesting to see because we still got a few teams right around the outside because Solix from Demigod's already going to make his way in. So is Jet AW. They're already making their way in. That circle is gonna land right in the middle there, so that's still pretty decent. Still gonna force a lot of these teams to move in there, but
look at that circle.
Yeah, cutting right in between there. Demigods now regrouping here. It seems like they want to try to go for an attack, but gotta watch out because I think I see the Mythos Lightning just round the other side as well, so they turn into a three-way nasty fight very quickly if Demigods is not too careful about how to take this approach.
Yeah, this is gonna be really interesting, but they spot out a vehicle far in the top side. They are gonna spray down some. Ooh, that's hit onto Optimizer. Does have the vehicle been blown out? He will be in safety. Skadi making a run for it, but Optimizer still up and alive. He will be hiding into safety, but his teammate came in for the save. Optimizer being knocked. They might be hungry and thirsty for more.
I really question like the idea of using a buggy to try to retrieve your teammate there because it's a very exposed position to try to escape from. But Cry nevertheless still is able to keep the pressure onto them. I can't quite see where the position is, but it seems like Optimizer is still knocked down at the moment. But at least Demigods is doing best to try to recover themselves in this game because remember they've lost 2 of their members early on, so really they're trying very hard to try to salvage round number 2 here as opposed to trying to win it.
And look at round number 2 on Miramar. We were talking about the long range fight, and this is coming in. You can see how all the teams they bring in the fight from long range. They can play mid range and close quarter combat as well, but so much option for them, so much open area, and especially the phase 4 circle is right at the crossroad at the west coast of Miramar. It's going to be a lot of high ground tips into the low ground by the crossroad. It's going to be really interesting. Demigod has to be a bit more careful. You can see mid. Those right at the back. They do have Beta down by the compound. This is so much open area they can look at, but at the same time, it could be punishing them as they might be able to draw some attraction to them by the gunshot.
Well, the thing is that they're all just waiting on that next circle in order to figure out where they want to reposition themselves. But for now, they can pretty much hold themselves in this spot because it's a relatively well-covered area, even though they got Mythos on one side and the others, well, try to get some shot. It's going to try to take out the truck in the meantime, but what happened there with the Verso?
He felt the fall damage is real, and I think he did fell from a very high location, a high elevation area. I'm not sure if there's any teammates, but at the time we have to put that on hold. 03 going on to Dragon, but being knocked down, will be brought down. Oh, that is so hard for them. 03, they wanted to go for the aggression, but meeting in the pain. This is going to be a hard area. Low ground there is Dragon, high ground there's Diviso. They have to take the vehicle and try to go for the push, try to go for a fast invasion.
The problem is that Junior is just harassing them from the top, so now they're going to try to use this opportunity as D-Gon is attempting to exfil out to get some damage done, but they haven't quite got the knockdown though, even though they managed to take Nubas down a peg. But right now, D-Gon is able to exfil out of the area and pretty much gets away with taking out Zealotry's own in-game leader. So Zealotry now gonna have to move on leaderless and alone.
Yeah, Zealotry has to be a bit more careful when they exfil from here. The circles are coming on top of them because there is one player from Divis, so they are sitting on top of the high ground. Might be the reason why we got a feed of one of the players falling to his death, but has to be a bit more careful because has going up against Diviso on the team. Churbat, he is a player that falls down. He will be able to come back into the game, but does see the bullet. He's gonna it! He will be going down with the enemy. He will net himself in panic, not allowing the enemy to clean that kill. Wow, Ares thrust out all 3 players, brings down 1. That is a play coming in. He is going for the push. Ares is going in for more. He is gonna go for the rest onto his teammate, onto Badut. Meanwhile, Jets, they are in a pickle going up against 2 teams. Will be a 3-way highway.
Indeed, it's already getting very, very crowded here in this 4th circle. We see at least 5 teams trying to stake the claim within this zone, as Jet is right now on the western side here, but they have a couple of teams just fighting just across the street from them. So really, they're just trying to hold out here and hope that none of that attention is going to be coming their side. But for now, though, they're going to try to maximize the loot. Chance is going to try to explore out the area, while Badut still attempting to fight against the Verso. This fight is not quite done yet between the Verso and the Mythos Lightning, as now they're still in a bit of a quandary. Also tries to send in, but Arius moves in just in time to take out 1 member. That's Superboy, already out for the Verso Envy. Arius and Badut now still trying to hold their own. They have the ground floor, but the Verso has the 1st floor. So now it's just really a stalemate at the moment, but Junior is trying to find a way to flank around the outside. So really, Mythos needs to make this push happen quickly here, or else they're going to get themselves swarmed by another team if they try to hold the siege out for too long. Ares doesn't quite connect. Ares takes quite a lot of damage there. Badut is going to try to hold the door, but look at that. Junior is right up against there. He's going to send a Molotov down. Badut is going to wait and see if he's going to be moving in, but Junior is going to try to wrap around the side. Still sending grenades in, still trying to draw out any members of Mythos, but really not daring to make the first move in. Badut, didn't quite get a shot down. Ares gets taken out as well. Mythos Lightning is out for the count.
Oh, what a play by Junior and his teammates. Taking out players from Mythos. It was so hard for them to get out of the building, so hard for them to even push at the enemy itself. They were cut and caught in a very sticky situation by the crossroad. You see the amount of teams they are coming onto the crossroad. You do see Puma Excel Lab 03. You do see for AB in the crossroad as well as Jetstar. This okay, and S with the shot.
Nice one there. He's gonna try to go for another one. Shabeta that's doing a bit of damage, but not enough for the knockdown there. But 4 Angry Birds certainly making Zealotry's life a little bit difficult right now. They're attempting to fight against HG, but they're taking shots from a distance right now. Now Raptel's gonna be moving in onto Jets. That's another fight that's gonna be happening at the same time. HG now trying to hold their own. They managed to get 1 kill down, but can they still survive though? Hunter sends a grenade out. Keegan is out for the count, but the rest of his team still trying to scramble around, still trying to find a good angle here. While Vector comes to his friend's aid, but no! He gets caught out as he attempts to go and get the revive onto Keegan. Now JCY is gonna have to bring some cover here, but they know that Diverso is really putting the hurt onto them.
Yeah, JCY, he has to rest 3 team members, has to be a bit more careful. There is a team on the right side, does have the high ground. Trying to rest the car first. We'll be bringing the Hunter before they get Hunter. For one at a time, I guess gets the MVP. Hold your horses, everyone. Take your turn, take your number. As HG, they will try to go for the full rest.
Yeah, there's going to be plenty of chances for everyone. Just got to be a little bit patient here, unfortunately. But thankfully, the smoke is going to be able to bring the cover up, so HG is going to be able to bring this out of speed. That grenade didn't quite go where they planned, though. But thankfully, JCY still has quite a few more in his pack.
Does have a lot of utilities in the back. They might want to reset, but at the same time, the blue zone, the out area is coming onto them. They have to pop every medical supplies that they have and go for the push. They are going in. They are meeting up with Zealotry. 2 down. HG is in a very bad situation. JCY once again clutching for his team, holding the high ground. This time, I'm not gonna rest you guys. I'm gonna go into the safety. I'm gonna collect the points myself. But no, Puma Excellent Test Puma will be able to collect that kill. HG will be eliminated. 23 players still alive. 9 teams in the game.
See, that was instant karma for not reviving your teammates. I kid. But then again, wrong place at wrong time there. I have to say for JCY. Alteru! What a pop off there. That gets a kill done there. So 2 members of Raptail Jaspers still around. 8 more teams still in this circle. As the next one is going to be coming up soon. And really, it's right in the middle, right out in the open. This is making it very, very a real sticking point now for the teams, because now the next circle is forcing them to get out
Oh my
where there's
God.
literally no cover.
Oh my god, look at this era. How are they gonna play? They do have vehicle, but they are on fire to play just to even put some vehicles. So I guess a lot of smoke grenades, a lot of vehicle coming in. They are rushing in. This is going to be a war zone. They are on all sides. Elseru trying to push in. He is caught in fire. He is burning. This is hot. And he's alive. Oh my god, Peekaboo, I see you.
Oh, that was just so perfect. That was just so perfect, but so unfortunate at the same time. But Demigods, they still managed to stay even with the 4 teams around, and now they're going to try to eliminate one more here. Zizzy, unfortunately, isn't getting done. Cry gonna have to turn around. Now Wham's gonna try to finish off the rest of the first, so he does get 1, 2. Can he get the third? Maybe? Yes, he does. So now Demigods still hard in the last 3. They're still fighting in its final circle, so they still have a chance of getting his chicken dinner, but they have to fight against 4 Angry Birds and Dogon Union.
Yeah, 3 teams alive. Demigod still in the game. 4 Angry Birds is still in. We do have another team by the west side. It will be Daragon. Can they get chicken dinner back to back? We have to find out. 3 more teams, 9 players, 2v4, 4v3. It is going to be real interesting to see how this unfolds. Demigod, can they play with the numbers? It feels a far-fetched, but I do feel with the strategy that they have, they just need to bait out Daragon and 4 Angry Birds play out, but they got themselves spotted out. But look at them, they managed to get 1.
Yeah, they managed to get at least 1 though, but the thing is 4 Angry Birds are also firing off at the same time, and the thing is that they have a much more spread out position, so they potentially could even pick up the scraps here if Dagon and Demigods decide to fight against each other. So really, they're in Mexican standoff, I should say, at this point, as they're attempting to trade shots, attempting to find an angle here in order to try to get some kills. Nuba's going to send some smokes out to his teammates here to hopefully cover them, but he's keeping an eye on where the bulk of 4 Angry Birds are. So there's still 4 members of them, and they're just mostly hiding out in the complex. The thing is that that's pretty much outside the circle, so when this next circle comes in, they're going to be forced to move out of the way, and that's going to be going to where Demigods is, because they've already positioned themselves inside the circle. So now it's only 10 seconds left before that circle is going to close in, and that's going to be a cue for one of these teams to make a move, and looks like Dagon might be just making that move there. He's going to try to engage other Demigods. Is he going to be able to eliminate them though? He's trying to get 1 shot down, but Cry does get a kill. G4 is trying to move around here, but his teammate still on the ground, still alive for now, but not for long though. He's going to take him down by Lancelot. So this is getting very tense now. Dagon has already lost 1 member. They're going to lose 2. G4's got spotted. He's going to have to hide inside the smoke as Nubas gets himself knocked down. So only 1 member really is alive here for Dagon, as now the 4 Angry Birds move in onto the Demigod. Are they going to be able to hold it? Oh no, Lancelot moves in. He's going to try to find a kill. He's not going to let them go. And indeed, only 1 more member left here, and that's going to be G4 from Dagon. He's desperate to try to get the rest of his team up and away, but 4 Angry Birds are all headed this way.
Oh, look at Dagon. They are right at the edge of the zone. Has to be careful getting the ticks. It hurts a lot. He can't get out. He can't come into safety. He have to die to the zone itself. And congratulations to 4 Angry Birds as they collect a chicken dinner. Look at the kills. They do have 12 kills in the bag for them, on top of the 15 placement points. That's gonna push them into a very good lead, a good position on the standings. Later on we get to see the whole standings, but Dagon, they tried their best. They got picked out in a very bad situation, but the last 3 teams, looking at how it all unfolds for Angry Birds, they play smart. They just waited out for the third party. They waited for Demigod and Digon to play out, to fight it out, and they just went in and capitalized. The players take down the player from the side of Digon, take out the players from Demigod, and one by one, all the players falls from both teams. It is just on point as how for Angry Birds, they have 4 men alive in the last phase, and they managed to capture the chicken dinner. I guess they are not longer angry anymore after this chicken dinner.
Who knows? Might be a little bit angrier because they would certainly love to be so in order to try to get even more chicken dinners. But congratulations again to the 4 Angry Birds for taking this chicken dinner. So after that though, I have to say that was a very, very tense last fight though, because honestly, like I really didn't expect that Demigod was going to be able to make it to that final circle, but I'm glad to see that they did, because that, I think, it certainly kept their chances inside this tournament quite high, because certainly the ranking points from that haul alone should be enough to keep them competitive with the other top teams. So really, I want to see though, what does this score affect for the rest of the rankings here, because for 4 Angry Birds' performance in this round, I'm expecting to see them break into the top 5 here.
Yeah, 4 Angry Birds might be able to pop onto the top 5, but Dragon Union, they were the last 3 teams to be alive. They were the second team in round number 2. They might be in the top 3. They still may be holding on to the top 3, but it is going to be hard. But let's take a look at what happened in round number 2 on Miramar.
Started off with a little bit of action here and there. I was expecting a lot more, to be honest, but I can't be too unhappy with what we got so far. And this was a very unfortunate situation here for Otto, getting caught out very early on. But you do see a lot of teams choosing to roam a lot in this early stage here, and unfortunately getting themselves caught out in the process. So I really wonder if they have to maybe modify a little bit of their approach when it comes to this map. But certainly it does show that, you know, it's still the Miramar that we recognize. You know, we still have this typical kind of strategies we see where you have people gatekeeping as well as people, you know, getting themselves in good positions. But this fight here between Mitos and Diverso, this was so long and drawn out, and really was quite the highlight here in this match, I feel.
Yep, Aries had the position, but they were caught out. But for Angry Bird, love how they play for the late phase. Looking at phase number 5, they only had 2 kills, but later on they managed to slowly grab the kills one by one. KNS had the position that he needed, able to take out Puma Axel Lab members, and look at Alceru as well, unloading the 0.45 ACP onto enemy. It just lands them a lot of kills. But for Angry Birds, they made a good decision on each push. They made a very good play on every encounter that they have. They took it slow, they waited for it, they see the statistic for themselves. Should they third party? Should they start the fight? Should they hold on? But looking at how far Angry Birds playing it out on Miramar, it will change the momentum. Dragon Union as well, they hold on to the top 3 as well. It's really great to see all these new teams coming in and performing and pushing some of the veterans into a very tough situation, pushing them to a new aggressive gameplay, a much more into your face. I'm gonna fight you. I want to go and alert all my magazines and my bullets onto you. You have to go and face it.
Yeah, I think 4 Angry Birds really did well to keep themselves out of trouble until when it really mattered. And the thing is that out of all the teams there, 4 Angry Birds were the only one who still had the full stack, so that alone already put them in a huge advantage when it came to that final circle. So it's no surprise that when it came to the final 3, when they realized they had the man advantage, they knew that, okay, all we need to do is just hold back and let the other 2 fight it out, because they knew that when that happens, that means that we can always sweep in and clean up the rest. So, and that was exactly what happened, because for some reason they decided to go onto Demigods first, and 4 Angry Birds just used that opportunity to swarm and completely eliminate the rest of them. So very well done to the 4 Angry Birds there. Certainly a lot of points for them to haul in here. But I'm really curious to see what the other team's going to be able to do to recover that. I mean, I know that Duragon Union definitely will have gotten quite a lot of ranking points because of that. They didn't quite maximize in terms of kill points though, which I find it's maybe something that they want to work on for the next few, because again, you know, even though you can keep up in terms of ranking points, it's the kill points that really makes the difference, especially when it comes to teams that are very tightly matched against each other. So hopefully we'll be able to see a lot more kills from these teams as rounds go on. But for now, Miramar game number 2 is already done. So in any case, is it gonna be break soon?
Yep, I do believe we will be going for a break, but Dragon Union, they did not maximize on the kills as you said, but I do feel the next map on Sunhawk, they might be able to get more kills. But let's take a short break. Let's take a look at what happened and let's have some message on board for you guys.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo guys, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Uda Magical. We have just witnessed 2 games of PUBG Mobile here, one in Erangel, one in Miramar. But now we're going to go into game number 3, and this time it is on Sandhawk. And after seeing a couple of chicken dinners here, the first one of course taken by Dorgan Knight Union, and the next one taken by 4 Angry Birds. Who could possibly take this next one here? Uda Magical, have you got any predictions over here?
Looking at the Thai teams, that how they are playing it out, how aggressive they are going into Dorgan Union, they are really strong, really aggressive. For Angry Birds, they are aggressive, they know how to set up, they waited for the information that they needed. And looking at all these teams from Thailand, they just waited for the right time, for the right moment, and the right window of opportunity and go in for the fight. I do feel like could be going on to for Angry Birds or Dorgan Union, could be going in onto the hands of Demigod if they know how to position themselves. We have seen how they play on Miramar just now, but still up in the open, I'll say.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, need to remind you guys one more time because this is split number 1, but we do have split number 2. And that is open for registration right about now. So ladies and gentlemen, you can sign up if you go onto esl.gg/ESL Mobile PUBGM. You can go ahead and sign up for split number 2, get yourselves involved into the ladder, and hopefully we'll see you in open finals number 2. So go ahead, check out the site, get yourself registered, and get practicing because PUBG Mobile is waiting for you.
Definitely a lot of practice, a lot of notes being taken down for any team that is going to join for the second split, because we can see how the first split unfolds. Game 1, super aggressive from the start. Game 2, it started a bit slow, but later on it unfolds to a lot of chaos. And look at how the last few fight happens. It was super chaotic. A lot of urban fights, a lot of open fights, how you will push it in. But going on to the third map, it will be the tropical island. It is the end of summer. We are going on a holiday on the island of Sandhawk. Which island can we land? We will have to find out in a bit. And all 16 teams, they will find out where the circle will land on top. It will be the big island, island number B or C. We have to fight it out on Sandhawk. But guess, Victor, you asked me that question, but what team are you looking for on Sandhawk?
Oh, I want to see the teams that are really good at team fighting, like Zealotry, like Puma, really try to hold themselves on this map here. But in any case, let's go ahead and have a look now at the standings. After 2 games now, I really wonder, where do these teams stand right now against each other? So let's go ahead and have a look at the rankings here, because I'm expecting there might be a bit of a toss-up here, because indeed OGG Blitz has been knocked off of that top spot and to drop down to third. Dorgan Union is going to be replacing them with 36 points in total. So those few kills they got in map number 2 has already made a difference here. For Angry Birds, of course, has already taken the second spot here ahead of OGG Blitz. That's Chicken Dinner certainly paid dividends with them and already put them into the running.
Yeah, the top 3 spots, you can see Dorgan Union, 4 Angry Birds, and OGG Blitz, they are quite close. Sandhawk might make a difference for them. But looking at the mid card itself, Diviso Envy, Demigod Incognito, Buddha HG, Raptor Jasper, they sit quite close to each other. Puma Excellab holding on to the 8th place, Diviso Heaven on the 12th place, 3 spots on the 11th, Jetstar AW on 9, Code on 7, Nimbus Cloud on 4. Meanwhile, Mythos Lightning, Beta Temis, and Demigods Deglaze, they are sitting at the bottom 3. So a lot more of a climbing for all of the teams. Sitting at the mid towards the bottom cards, they have to put in a lot more fights. They have to put in a lot more aggression. I do feel like they got caught out in a very, very bad positionings for certain teams. Like Mythos in the last round itself, we've seen how they got caught themselves in the house area. They can't exfil from the house because the moment they exfil, they are gonna get gunned down and they can't really push up to the enemy because the enemy has the high ground, has the better advantage, and has a lot more utilities to play. So a lot of teams, they might want to take it slower, looking at how the pace is, because it has been very, very strong, aggressive gameplay coming from a lot of teams. But for certain teams, the moment they hit that aggressive phase, they kind of get confused. They kind of get disorientated. Like, are we going to go for the push? Are we going to go for the back off? Are we going to hold on? A lot of split-second decision, as you said in the second round, like for Angry Birds, they made that last few split seconds decision and just hold on for the information play. Really smart coming in for Angry Birds. Can they replicate it on Sandhawk? We have to see. But a lot of teams, if they want to have a chance to sit on top, on the top 3 or even the top 8 itself, they have to play by the information given.
Yeah, and looking at how close the rankings are, especially amongst that top 5, what that tells me though is that ultimately the winner at the end of this could still be anyone, because none of these teams has a clear advantage over the other, and that's a good thing because that means that there's still plenty of opportunities for one team to have a really good run on one of these maps here and hopefully push themselves up on top. So certainly this means that it's not quite over for our top teams here. Any one of the other teams in the bottom 10 can still make their way up to the top. All it takes is a very good round. So off we are, ladies and gentlemen, to the dangerous tropical paradise that is Sandhawk, as now the flight is already on its way and the teams are already dropping in.
The flight path, once again, east to west. Not much of a big difference, but a lot of teams that are split out by north and south do have majority of the teams landing on the big island itself, the big chunk of land. Meanwhile, there are certain teams going for Camp Alpha, going to Hatin, some of the teams going to Sanmi, Camp Charlie. Do see Boot Camp is open for OGG Blitz. They are playing it safe, but looking at the circle, it's 50-50.
Oh, perfect. Putting itself all the way up to the northwestern side. So pretty much making that northwestern island looking very, very tempting for a lot of these teams. But nevertheless, they're spreading themselves out far and wide here because it's all about getting that farm early on, because the chances of encounters, it's so virulent here on this map because there's just very little cover, between each of the teams. I mean, literally, you have teams landing next to each other, especially these two right now, the Verso and Dorgan Union. They've been very, very competitive against each other and looking like they'll be continuing this rivalry all the way through to game number 3.
Looking at who will be making the first check-in to Paradise Resort. Could it be Tarragon Union or Diviso picking up the first check-in? Who will be sent back to the lobby? We have to find out, or there will not be any confrontation. might be quite close. Dragon Union does have some information of the footsteps that they might be a team in the vicinity. But I like how Mr. Joe just now, he equipped the float itself. He knows we are going onto the paradise island of Sanhar. They are dressed for the occasion, but Dragon Union, they do not want to check in. They are gonna exfil and check out themselves from the resort.
Yeah, I think they must have found a better deal at a resort just across the island, so they're going to be headed that way now. So pretty much, I think the Paradise Resort is going to be a home for only the Verso for now, so they can pretty much enjoy all facilities with very little interference. Now, the circle is going to be closing in about 3 minutes, so still plenty of time really for these teams to continue to get their farm, and already seeing them getting some really good loot at the moment. There's a lot of med packs here already for Zizzy, as the rest of his team continue to farm inside this village area here, and they're getting themselves quite a lot of weaponry, hopefully. But this is the sister team, of course, to the other Diverso. And so far, they haven't really made the splash as far as the rankings goes. But hopefully, maybe they'll be able to step up their performance starting from this map. Who knows?
Yep. Look, talking about weaponry and armory that they are gonna bring into the fights, we do see a lot of teams, they are fashioning and loving the M249. It is gonna be a 75 by default ammo belt, but if you have an ammo extension, it gives you 150. That's a lot of bullets that you can send downrange, a lot of suppressing fire that they can play. We do have 64 players in the game. Optimizer gonna go for a bit of dip into the water, gonna cross into the west island. Might need to be a bit more careful, because the moment they cross to the center land, they have to cross onto another mass of water. They might be meeting up with Jetstar AW, so crossing over to the west island, they have to play it really smart if they want to survive and even be on top of the standing and get the first placing that they were holding at the first round.
That's why you can see 3 members of Oasis goes across the river while 1 member stays back to try to keep them covered. So now I think Oasis may be walking themselves into an encounter, because I see Demigod in the distance. Another Demigod is going to be coming around the back here, so maybe they might be focusing attention on that. As Uno swims across now, joining up his rest of his team is Wham and Kree. I think
somebody's next to
Uno has
him.
actually spotted them. Yeah, it's literally right next to him, so oh boy. I think Oasis is already looking to maybe get an encounter on the way here, because Demigods has already presented themselves in front. Uno now is going to have to duck under because he's taking a lot of damage now. The rest of his team is going to be scrambling to try to return fire here, but they're taking a lot of damage on their own. KBN taking a bit of damage. Oh, but Optimizer gets knocked down. Now they're going to have scrambled to try to get revives out, because Demigods have just gotten a really good shot now. Uno still out on the river, still unable to fire back, still trying to escape right underneath their noses, but right now Wham has already gotten across. He's going to try to see if he can get an assault onto Oasis. Newbie is still up on his edge. That's what him. Wham gets knocked down, but Uno does in time. So now Demigod's not able to get the assault through. Seems like it might be a bit of a stalemate for now.
Oh, what aggressive early fights right now. Demigod getting the Uno reversed by Uno himself. Van knocks down, but it's on the other side of the coast. Kree, on the other hand, making into safety, trying to go for the push and try to bring his teammate out. But Kree does hear shots being fired from the uphill. Has to be a bit more careful. He is sneaky. He is trying to go for the full rest right in front of the enemy. Does have surprising fire coming in from his allies, and they are gonna hold it down. Oasis, on the other hand, they are sitting in a very bad positioning. D-Gun picks up 2. Can they hold up for more? But Demigod Kree try to push back the enemies, try to nade the tree, but the tree still stands tall as the players from the side of Oasis, they exfil onto a better positioning. D-Gun, they have new bats being knocked out and sent back to the lobby. 3 players, 2 players being knocked down. G4 and Basting, but no pause will be the last one, and he will be sent back to the lobby. Looks like Dragon Union drops out early on round number 3.
Oh, that's going to be a huge blow now because Doragon, they have been doing so well up until this point. But now, I guess the floodgates are open. It could be anyone's game now in the Sandhawk. And certainly, other teams that are still vying for that top spot, especially for Angry Birds, might be taking that news with a lot of glee. In the meantime, Beta, they are currently locked in a bit of a battle here against the Mitos Lightning. They still have 4 members up against 4, but Mitos is taking quite a lot of damage on their end. In fact, they've got a couple, 3 people already knocked down. Oh, and the last person gets himself taken out, and that is going to be another team that bites the dust.
Yeah, Dine with the good shot. Knows how to cover for his team. Does suffer a bit of casualty, but will be able to be brought back up into safety. But a lot of utilities being used. They might be able to stock up. Might even bring a vehicle in to get into the zone, but has to be a bit more careful as the island is small. Circles drops quite fast. So if they want to go for the infiltration of the safe zone, they have to do it now. But they are gonna load up on some of the utilities. They definitely need it.
Well, right now they're just gonna hold position here, reap the rewards of that last war. And now we're going to be riding with Zealotry, who has just found himself against Diverso.
What a shot.
On there from Rinson. He's going to be able to get the kill onto Ball, so that's already one less member of Diverso to worry about. But still, they're going to have to try to find the other tree. Now, the rest of Zealotry is going to be filling in around Rinson, so they really want to ensure to get this kill done. Junior tries to exfil out. Rinson tries to go for the spray. Didn't quite get the knockdown, though, as Snutawat is going to be coming around the side. Now, Shabbat is inside the grass, though, and not sure if Snutawat knows this, because he tries to go for the shot onto Superboy, going around the side there. Gets caught up there. Snutawat gets topped down. Superboy gets knocked down as well, as now Zealotry completely eliminating whatever they can find of the rest of Diverso. Junior is the only member left here that's still standing, and he's right now in a very tough spot. A 1v3 at the moment as Earth gets to revive on the Snutawat, so they're pretty much going to be a 1v4. Shabata finishes off Superboy, so it ensures that Junior is literally the only person left here from Diverso NV.
Zealotry, they need to finish this fight fast because you do see some sides coming in. It's been tossing. Junior has to exfil going into another compound, but not enough cover for him. Junior is sent back to the lobby. Demigod on the other side. They spots out the fight. They are thinking about it, but there is another Demigod team in the vicinity. Might be a sister fight. Who will be the better team? They will be going in. Looking at 4 Angry Birds, they play it so safe. They're trying to hold on to the lead, but can they hold on to the lead if they are playing too safe without any much of a kill?
Remains to be seen, isn't it? But with that circle very much circling itself around that northwestern island, pretty much setting the tone now for this fight, because pretty much everyone's going to have to get themselves onto that island no matter what. Demigod Incognito is already there, so is their sister team, the last 2 Jizz. So with both Demigods already there, might there be a bit of cooperation going on between the 2 of them? But nevertheless, it seems like the last 2 Jizz is going to be looking for a way around this hill here and seeking to try to use the next circle to their advantage, I hope.
Yeah, definitely Demigod Deglis. They are trying to go uphill onto the temple itself. Has to be a bit more careful because I do feel, as you can see, there is one team on the high ground. There could be another team coming in. It's going to be Puma Excellent, Mr. Joe. Gets spots out. Walls are sending in the music of the bullets down here. Mr. Joe just stuck in a very bad position. Otto has to leave his teammates. He is trying to crawl into safety, but nothing can be done. But there is some retaliation. Triple F does have the advantage point. Does meet it up to the high ground. Can he go for more?
In the meantime, though, they've already spotted the last Regis. The rest of the demigods that try to come around the hill, but Code now finding a lot more shots coming their way thanks to Puma. So it looks like they're not quite alone here. They're gonna have to try to fight it out. But with more teams trying to swarm in around here, they may not be able to rest on their laurels for too long. Now, Seth is going to be able to stay himself on this island here. Oh, Puma managed to find a kill there onto one of the members of Code, but Bonjo, all he could do is just sit and watch as his teammate gets eliminated. Now he himself is gonna get knocked down. Oh no, this is looking very, very bad now for Code. Can they try to get out of this situation though? It's looking like they're going themselves boxed in this valley.
Yep, Code had the better positioning, but Puma excelled. Their chemistry, their coordination was on point. The moment one of the players from Puma Excellab got hit, they send the signal, alright, someone is at the back, turn around, everyone shoots on that direction and try to hit something, and they manage to get one down. Puma Excellab, they are just real good in coordination, but can they finish off the players of Code? It's going to be real hard as CD, he's hiding at this ravine itself, hiding by the rocks, trying to be silent and sneaky at all costs.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to be able to get his teammate there, so Waltz is going to bleed himself out. So that means that Seth is going to try to get to the end of this round here as best he can, but he's going to have to do it alone now, as is unfortunate. Now, Demigod, this is the other team here that is going to be up against HG, who has just got themselves into this area. So Dam has certainly heard the footsteps, so that's why he's peeking around the side here. Keegan's going to be wandering around. Oh, the spray! Keegan goes around. Oh, Keegan still gets taken down and gets eliminated completely. Now Dam is going to try to maneuver around. Now HG knows there's another team within this vicinity, so they cannot afford to stick around for too long. They're going to be exfilling out, and they're not going to pursue this zone any further.
What a play by Dam, strafing left and right. It can't be any better than that. What a play from Dam. Able to collect that kills. That's the second team kill for them. They want to collect more points. 12 teams still alive. The circle is slowly and getting smaller. So Demigod, they might be able to clutch things off. Team HG from Malaysia, they are sitting in a very bad positioning. They lost 2 players now. They are sitting with 2 players in the game. Still a lot more for them. Still a lot more climbing and effort that they need to put to even collect more points and be in the run for the top 5.
So for now, though, I think the Demigods here could pretty much stay in this zone and continue to reign over this area. So hopefully for the rest of the teams, though, because there's still 11 other teams that are still in the running here. One of them is this one here, Zealotry, who last season was the ultimate winner in the Open Finals, and now looking to try to add another feather to the cap. So Shabeta right now joining up with the rest of his teammates as they loot out this area right inside this next circle here. So they're already staking themselves a good claim here on this high ground. Hopefully, hoping that the next team fights will have to center around this area. So right now, Zealotry at least are getting themselves set up here. They know what the goal is. The goal here is to stick it out until the last final circle, and they have to ensure that all 4 members are alive here for the maximum amount of chance. So right now, Zealotry are doing their best here to get it all set and done.
Yup, Zealotry sitting in a very good positioning. The circle is somewhat on the west island. Towards the north in a bit, there is a bridge that they can gatekeep from this high ground, from this small village. But they have to be a bit more careful from the temple itself, from the high ground, because anyone that is up there, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Code CD was on the high ground, that area. Puma Excellent was from that vicinity as well. They have to be a bit more careful in open area, because any teams that has the high ground from temple side will be able to spot the team in the village up north. But meanwhile, 4 Angry Birds finally joining in the fight. They might be running into some trouble up ahead.
It might, so I think that's why they're kind of a bit hesitant to try to move up into the circle here, because I think they may have spotted a few silhouettes just over the hill. But now trying to explore the other side here, there's even more silhouettes on that side. So right now, I think 4 Angry Birds is going to have to make a decision which way you want to push. So they're going to be pushing towards the direction of Verso, which that's going to be quite brave of them for sure. But the thing is, again, this is Sandhawk, so without vehicles, you can still pretty much get the jump onto anyone if you can get an approach just right. But it looks like the Verso is already quite well dug into this village here, so I'm not too sure if 4 Angry Birds will be ready for an encounter coming into here, or even expecting one to begin with.
Yeah, for Angry Birds, they are thinking of playing by the shadow of the hill itself, but Divisor Heaven has already solidified themselves. They can actually hit up north, but action starts.
No.
They know there is someone. Oh no, Foyo will be knocked down. Lancelot tried to go in for the push, just has the UMP in hand. Can he land his shot? He is trying to strafe left and right. Oh, last drop of Calvi will be knocked down. KS will be the last one still alive. He has to pop the magic in hand. Sugar might be able to be brought back up alive, but Diviso Heaven, they do have both players still in the safety. They are still healthy, holding on to the ground, holding on to the 2 compounds that they can, and they will be able to collect more points if they can land these nades. ZZ managed to deal some damage.
Not enough to get a knockdown though. Thing is, Lancelot pretty much going to bleed out in front of them, and yep, that's one member of 4 Angry Birds already down, so 2 more Angry Birds remain, and they're stuck on the tree on the outside, as the Verso pretty much has his village under their control. So Sugar and KNS, what are they going to do? They're going to try to get themselves revived here. They're not going to try to pursue the Verso. In fact, I don't think they quite know how many members of the Verso are inside the village to begin with, you know. So nevertheless, riding now with Beta, they are currently still a 4 squad, and they might actually get into an encounter with HG very soon, and that's a duo squad at this point. So certainly a very tempting target for them, I would assume. But there's also Zealotry already having a good position there. I think Snatawa just got spotted there, and Chris might be thinking about going for a shot, but it's quite far away, and he's only got a 416, so I don't think the range checks out on that though, unfortunately.
Might be a bit too far. He might be able to get a stray bullet in, but I do agree it's way too far for him. The circle just lands on top of the compound. You can see there is a camp there to play with a lot of the players, but whole Zealotry standing in the rain of fire downhill. But Hunter, the moment is stuck in a very bad positioning there. By the camp itself, Hunter, last man alive. Can he be the one hunting, or he will be the one hunted? He spots out one, will not connect the shot. Try to spray down onto the coconut tree, but the coconut telling him no. Hunter trying to land the shot. Does has a lot of information, but can he bring him down?
Nice.
He will be bring him down with the UMP. Can he finish it off? He has to make it fast. He has to take it out, as a lot more players that are converging onto the side, converging into the open. Based on this circle, I do feel the circle could be on top of the mountain. So if the circle is on top of the mountains, uphill climb is going to be very difficult for anyone that is stuck down on the low ground.
But you know who's already set up on a mountain? Well, it's Zealotry. So if anything, if the circle lands on a mountain, it's pretty much Zealotry is going to be taking the massive advantage out of that. So right now, the rest of the teams are still scrambling to try to get some good positionings around here. But with Zealotry already taking the highest point right now inside the circle, pretty much I think they have a good handle on this current circle. That's a good nade though. That might be a good nade, but the Nimbus are going to be exfilling out of the area here after losing a member. But KNS, last member, the last Angry Bird here for his team, is going to have to hold it out as 10 other teams are going to be crowding around him. And oh boy, Blue Zone already surrounding him. He's gonna have to use a med kit. He's gonna try to stave it out. I mean, he has 12 med kits, so I don't know how long can he stick it out if he decides to do this strat here. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting strat, but the circle drops onto Cam itself. So high ground advantage for Zertree will not be in play. Meanwhile, everyone, they have to come into this pure urban area, urban fight. As you can see, the whole circle involves onto Cam itself. Zertree gets one. They are going for more. They are pushing in Rinsen, looking at how aggressive he is pushing in. He is trying to get a good angle, but there is a lot of team in the compound.
Yeah, a lot of team in the compound, and Rinsen's trying to find one of them. Couldn't quite spot him, but I think he suspects there's someone just across the wall from there. He sends a grenade down. Doesn't quite connect to Dams though, but Dams again is already expelling out. He's going to be regrouping with the rest of Demigods. So I think Zealotry's probably got to do the same, as Inimus is already on the other flank as well. So again, getting very, very crowded inside this area here. So Zealotry now exfilling to their vehicles. It looks like they want to try to go for a flank around the side here, which is going to be a bit risky because again, vehicles makes a lot of noise. So certainly people will be very much aware that Zealotry is on the move at the moment. Now let's see what does Demigod Incognito have in their sights here. They see Puma Excellent that's right up against the rock wall there, but Puma right now just keeping themselves right on the edge of that final circle, while Nimbus and the other Demigod, which is the last two Jizz, are currently locked in a bit of a battle. Zealotry in the meantime are they able to find a wraparound here? It looks like they've gotten a good position. Now they found a good encounter against Jet, but now it's taking a lot of damage. So Snutawat does get the knockdown to one, Vincent gets a knockdown to two, Panic finds some more, as Herb gets himself healed up. Yep, they do pick out a lot there, and it looks like there's already one team already down. Now, shots firing all around here. I think Elimination's coming all around, but Herb finds himself unfortunately in front of a gun, and that's not a place he wanted to be in.
Yeah, what a sneaky one. Champs just hiding by the corner. You have to check every corner and you fight in the urban area. Rinsen try to go for the push. He will be able to get one down. Can he go for the rest? He is calling for all his team to crawl into safety, but the zone is coming in. Rinsen, he has to jab himself. He will try to pop some mats inside. Puma XLab sitting in a very good positioning, but they have to push onto Demigods. Demigods, they have the circles right on top of them. 4 teams still in the game. Do you see 3-1? Where is that one red team? We have to figure that out. Tess will be able to take down one, but oh no, another Demigod player is being knocked down. A rest coming in by Chi-Chi, but Chi-Chi, has to be a bit more careful. He has to pop. He's sitting at the last pixel of health.
Such a dangerous position here, but literally he's the only person left alive here on his team. He cannot afford to get eliminated. Lig is looking a little bit too close to that corner for comfort, but all his team just waiting for him to get his health up to speed. But look at that Zealotry, they're not waiting too long here. They're already moving in on their position. Demigods can find themselves eliminated here as Vincent gets a shot. He takes down Wham. He can find some more. He takes out KBN. No, he gets caught out there by Puma. Okay, Snutawat now tries to get him in front. He knows that Puma's on the other side here, so he knows he cannot afford to be too aggressive here. Puts out a brandish, but the grenades will find him though. Shabeta still alive though. Snutawat is completely caught out. X-Auto is going to try to move up ahead using a smoke as cover. Shabeta still alive here for his team. He's pretty much the last hope now for Zealotry in order to make it through this final circle. But man, this is a very tough one here for Shabeta because he's in a 1v3 situation practically at this point.
This is gonna be very hard. Chi-Chi, oh, the third party just comes in, but Puma, they know the last player of Demigod. Chi-Chi tried to crawl left and right, get some info, but Chi-Chi, got caught out right in the open. Chi-Chi has to go up against Tess, has to go up against no, 2 players, but Demigod still holding on. Tess got brought down by his own teammate. What is happening? The miscommunication is coming in. Triple F and Auto has to be a bit more careful. And there is the rat. There is one rat, and his name is Raptor. The freak G.
Oh my god, he still has 9 more health packs, and Puma has no idea where this man is. So,
Yup.
looks like he's gonna be dragging this out for a little bit, boys, but I don't know. 8 more health packs, he's still doing it pretty well. He's literally out in the open, so pretty much if Puma can spot him, they can pretty much take him down. But for now, Raftel, Le Freak J, still the final holdout here. And without him being inside the circle, there's literally nothing Puma can do except to wait until he eventually dies.
Yep, he needs
Oh,
to pace out
boy.
this first aid kit. He has to tie it at the right time, but the tick itself is good enough to eliminate him. Good play from Raftel. I would say good play. That's a very, very sneaky rap play coming in from Raftel. But congratulations to the veteran team. Puma ESL, they managed to collect enough kills in the back for them. They get the chicken dinner as well. But a lot of teams, a lot of early drop by some teams that we are kind of surprised to see dropping in the early phase. And one of them is Dragon Union, and same goes to Oasis itself.
Yeah, congratulations, Puma ESL, yet again putting themselves up on a board and on Sandhawk here. So with that said though, I think this is going to be a very tight competition because not only has Puma ESL pulled up a brilliant round here, but Zealotry has already picked up a lot of kills in map number 3. So I'm expecting to see that the next rankings are going to be quite a bit of a toss-up here because now we're going to be starting to see a lot of these teams start to rise up and start to challenge the top 5 currently in this rankings. So let's go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, and check out the highlights for game number 3.
Yeah, Puma ESL able to bounce back. They are trying to shake up the standing itself, but the early fight itself. Looking at how Demigods is playing it out. Looking at how beta, they all quite aggressive, but the moment the circles lands on top of them was a bit hard. Zealotry played really smart. They made a lot of migration. They went up for the hill itself. Then they went up north, trying to turn around onto camp itself. But at this fight, this moment, they were trying to eliminate, trying to get as much point. Junior got caught out in a very bad positioning, and a lot of fights went in favor to a lot of teams that held on to the high ground. But they have to bear in mind, the next map, the next round itself is going to be a wrangle again. They won't be playing Sandhawk anymore for today. This will be the last Sandhawk. But for Angry Birds, I'm quite surprised at how they are playing on Sandhawk. They are a bit more passive, I would say.
True, but I would say that they've certainly been passive even in game number 2 as well. I mean, remember, the final circle, they pretty much camped and let the other teams fight it out. So I don't see this as any kind of different in the way they approach this game compared to others. But certainly, I was surprised that they weren't able to make it to this final fight though. But man, I mean, Zealotry certainly was in a really good position to try to take this one. But unfortunately, that was a big caught out there thanks to Puma ESL. You know, that's a really, really tight fight there. But in the end though, even though Puma managed to get the final kill onto Demigod's Chi-Chi, it was Raptel's Le Freak J who ended up taking that second spot though. So, well, I mean, that's again, it's a perfectly legitimate strategy, you know? Gather up all your health kits and then try to hold out in the blue zone. I mean, we've seen that happen once before, and we see that happen again and again, and we see it happen again today.
Yep, very cheeky of Raftel, the way how they play, and especially on Le Freak J. How he performed that. He knows that he is outnumbered. He can't go up in the numbers game. So might as well, I'll just rent it out. I'll get the positioning, I'll get the rank points enough for my teams to even crawl into the mid card, slowly creep up into the top cards itself. But Raftel itself, the Freak J, he had so much first aid kit. He just sat in the zone and keep steaming himself out, keep jabbing himself out like, I need to survive for my team, I need my points, I need to be in the game.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're gonna be going for a little bit of a break, I think, before we head to our 4th game. So why don't you say you guys stick around for a little bit, because we here at the ESL Mobile Open will be back after these messages.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we're
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo guys, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. Here I am, Victor Cax, joined by the Magical, and we've been already through 3 games here in this PUBG Mobile Open Finals number 1. And there's 2 more games to go here, ladies and gentlemen. We've already seen 3 teams pick up the chicken dinners. It's going to be Durgon United, then 4 Angry Birds, and now Puma X Celeb. And it could be a couple more teams here because we still have Erangel and Miramar to go in this Open Finals. Now up to you, the Magical. After 3 rounds here in this Open Finals, I mean, what are your thoughts at this point?
Well, we have seen 3 teams collected chicken dinner, and all these 3 teams, they are from Thailand. And can we see the top 3? Could it be the Thailand teams? Let's take a look at the standings itself. And Durgan Union, 4 Angry Birds, Puma X Celeb, these 3 teams, as we were talking about them, hailing from Thailand, they are solidifying themselves as one of the best teams and could be even the best country in this region, holding the top 3. Look at the points, 38 points ties between Durgan Union and 4 Angry Birds. Meanwhile, Puma X Celeb Esports, they are sitting behind by 1 point. Demigod Incognito managed to climb up to 35 points on the 4th placing. OGG Blitz drops down and ties things up with 03 Esports on the same placing of 5th and 6th by 32 points. The top 6 itself, we have majority, the 4 teams from Thailand. They are solidifying themselves as one of the best teams, but they still have 2 more maps to go. Victor Cax.
Yeah.
Ooh. This is going to be real interesting to play.
Yeah, still a long way to go here, ladies and gentlemen, but still very, very tight competition here. I mean, look at that. Point split between them is not really much at all, to be honest. And despite the fact that Zealotry has the higher kill count, it's not even much by a lot though, because frankly, most of the top 5 teams are still able to do quite a lot of kills for themselves, and certainly that's working very well for them in this Open Finals. But now that we're going to be going into our 4th map here, it's going to be a repeat of Erangel. I'm really just wondering what is going to be the kind of changes going to be happen here coming into this 4th game. But nevertheless, I also want to remind you guys here, registrations for Split 2 is open, so go ahead and sign up now at esl.gg, so that's ESL Mobile PUBGM.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting going back onto Erangel. We have seen teams dominating the map itself, dominating the gameplay itself, but that's a cheeky trend, just a cheeky thing that I'm looking at. We have seen 3 teams from Thailand got chicken dinner. Can Zealotry Esports pick up 1 for Thailand as well? And maybe it completes that each team from Thailand is able to pick up a chicken dinner on day 1 itself. This is going to be real fun to see, and a lot of pressure. Could be a lot of pressure to Zealotry Esports to even capture that.
Just a little bit of pressure, maybe. But knowing Zealotry and knowing how well they are since they've played in Season 1, I'm pretty sure that a chicken dinner was one of their goals coming into today. So I'm hoping it might be on this game, but it could still happen on the next game. Who knows? But I think at this point now, seeing that Zealotry is already racking up the kills, it seems like they're already starting to gain, already gained a lot of information over the last couple of games about the teams, and now they're starting to put that into practice here. So hopefully this might be a sign for both Zealotry and Puma to amp up your rivalry against each other. But certainly what this means for all of us at home, though, is that the competition is getting way more stiff in this open finals, and that's exactly what we want to see here.
Yeah, definitely getting much more stiff, definitely getting much more competitive, seeing all these teams. They kind of know each other, they kind of know what is being played out, and thinking of their fate, how they are going to execute, how they're going to play it out is going to be real important, especially 1.5. The passion for 1.5, it introduced a lot more of a fighting phase, a lot more aggressive, a lot more into your face. I want to fight you and I want to get that chicken dinner. But we have to see who will be able to capture round number 4 chicken dinner. Could it be another team from Thailand, or could it be the odds on the other countries and other teams? Well, we do have hope that team from Philippines, team from Malaysia, and also team from Indonesia, they have the numbers game. Well, Team Malaysia, they only there's one team, but Philippines and Indonesia does have more teams. Can they pick up more of an aggressive plays? Maybe the first few rounds is of an appetizer. They want to get to know how the game is being played, how it's being unfolded, but it's going to be a bit hard if they keep on leaving this space, this advantage to teams that keep on climbing to the top of the ladder.
And I think also importantly, coming into this repeat of Erangel is that perhaps even teams that have already taken one approach for the first map can take a completely different approach in map number 4, and it can really change things around. Because remember, you've already had 3 games so far for all 16 these teams to understand or at least learn what sort of fights or what kind of play styles these teams are going for. So by this 3rd game now, I'm pretty sure most of these teams already have a very good idea of what to expect when it comes to the competitors here. So now coming into this 4th map here, it's really going to be a matter of applying all those kind of learnings, taking everything you've managed to observe about other teams and literally putting them to your advantage on this map. So now, this time around, in this repeat of Erangel, the plane is going in the complete opposite direction. This time, it's going to be going from west side to the east side. Maybe the circle might be finding itself in a completely different position, wouldn't you think, Woo?
Might be based on how the first 3 map itself, it was from east to west, and we see the circle keep dropping on the west side in directional flight. I might say in trend, in the same pattern, the circle might drop on the east coast, but a bit of it it's going to be real interesting to see how the circles drop. But Victor Cax, after all 3 rounds that has unfolded, do you have maybe a soft prediction on who might be able to capture the 4th chicken dinner of the day?
Well, thinking of myself, last season on game number 4, right around this time, who got the chicken dinner? It was Zealotry Esports. So, well, maybe they might be able to make lightning strike twice, and that will also go towards your prediction about the Thai teams each picking up a chicken dinner of themselves. So, maybe that might be Zealotry Esports. I mean, that's where I'm putting my answer. I don't know about you, though.
I'm looking at the same for Zealotry, but I feel coming back to Erangel, I think Budak HG, the team from Malaysia, I'm not trying to be biased for a local team, but I do feel like they might have finally figured out how the game is being played between all these teams, the aggressiveness, the into your face game. I think they might turn things around and pick up the aggression in this round instead. So I do feel Buddha Hishi, they might be able to capture this, but if Zealotry Esports captured the chicken dinner, as you say, might be all Thai teams might have captured their own chicken dinner for day number 1.
Indeed, and I know for a fact, though, that Zealotry will certainly not wait until that chicken dinner is in their hands. So certainly Mitz turning on the very bad place here, but dude, gonna have to get the heck out of there, man. You're taking a lot of damage. And oh, that Jeep is smoking, but dude, it's still alive somehow. So now the rest of Mythos are going to try to fill in this area. They want to try to find that one member of the Raftel Jaspers. So the Freak Jade's already pulling away there, but I think they're going to leave that one member alone there. And indeed, Alceru is going to be the sacrificial lamb here, unfortunately. First one to be eliminated on game number 4.
Yeah, first one to be eliminated, but dude, driving around, he is down to Clown. He is ready to fight as Mythos. They are ramping up the aggression. They are on a chase, a high-speed one, but not in the direction of the enemy, but in the direction of compounds for more loot. But they are scouting out for more information. Where is the remaining players of Raffle Jester?
Yeah, still one more minute in this first phase, so not a lot of time left, but might be an encounter on the cards here if Mythos decide to move ahead, but going around here. Looks like the shots are going to be coming through, so they know it is going to be an encounter. Code versus Mythos. Let's see how it is going to shape out here. So Mythos already taking position inside the house. They have plenty of cover in here, so now they're going to be sending grenades out to try to hopefully draw out the rest of Code. So for now, Craven is going to be locking a little bit of a exchange here with Bonjo. That grenade's a little close there. Bonjo is going to take a bit of damage as a result, so that's already a bit of trouble there. Code's going to have to find a way to respond.
Yeah, Code definitely need to find a way to respond, but they might want to exfil. Vaults pushing in. They are taking for a fight. This is going to go up into the base. CED spots ones out on the rooftop. Maximo comes in. Bonjo managed to land the nades. It will hit onto Badut. The clown is down. No more clowning for the side of Mythos, but Mythos, they have to go back into safety. They are backtracking, but Iris!
Nice! Push around the side here. Craven's trying to hold his own on the top. Bonjo is going to go inside the house. There's one member of Mythos inside, and he's going to get taken down. Oh, that's going to be elimination now for the Mythos Lightning. First team to get eliminated here in game number 4.
Yeah, down to Clown, but they are sent back to the lobby. Looks like Kut capture 4 kills. That's 4 points for them. That's one team down. 40 more teams to go if they are going for the chicken dinner. They definitely wants to go for the chicken dinner, but that's a first good opening for them, and they can go for more on the hunt after this. Puma Exolab, they have to be a bit more careful. They're sitting on school itself, so circled by this drawing, it is due west, so they might have the Great Migration starting at this time. They are heading south towards Pochinki area. They still have time to loot out as much as possible at this moment.
Yeah, so we have plenty of time to stick around here, and school is certainly a place where you can find lots and lots of really good loot, so Puma's just looking to maximize that opportunity as much as they can in this early phase. So that first circle is now closing in here, ladies and gentlemen, so that migration that we're alluding to is pretty much underway here, I expect, for the rest of our teams. Puma XLab already positioned inside the circle, so they are already looking ahead towards that end game now, ladies and gentlemen, because again, putting themselves very much early into the circle, already scanning around, grabbing every bit of loot in this area, and then repositioning to the higher area here. I mean, Puma now know that this is going to be an excellent opportunity for them to try to get a chicken dinner, but they know as well as the other teams that came from Season 1, particularly Zealotry, could pose a bit of an obstacle for them in getting to that objective.
Yep, definitely agree. Zealotry might pose a big threat. Puma Exolab, they need to solidify themselves as they are sitting in a very comfortable position on the standings itself. If they keep on with the aggression, they keep on with the rotation that they are really good at. From Season 1, they've been rotating a lot, and Season 2 itself, you can see they are bringing back that rotation, bringing back that aggression, rotate when they can and rotate when they are unable to get a better position onto the enemy. Oh,
Indeed. So, well, I think we saw someone there. That's going to be Beta. And so they're also roaming around here, and I think Puma has also spotted them as well. Are they going to be going for a bit of an encounter here? It seems like Beta is still roaming together with them and not really exchange shots. Okay, shots going to be fired finally onto one of the members of Beta. So now it's going to be a force for them to turn around and try to get some sprays down. Puma is going to try to get sprayed. Didn't quite get it though, unfortunately. So no knockdowns. Puma unfortunately isn't able to engage Beta from this little hit and run. As now Beta will be able to peel away for them, and Puma going to try to find a nice little village for them to hole up in.
yeah, grabbing the compound in the middle of the open area, they are able to spot out a lot of teams that will be passing by from the Great Migration. They can hold on to this side, but Puma, if they were so close, they could get the points that they need to keep on pushing on to the standing itself and try to solidify themselves. But Beta, they were on a high-speed chase to safety. Meanwhile, Demigod, they are sticking around in a compound. They are just waiting for anyone. They have a good vantage point. They can spot out wide in the open, but they do have a hill at their back to be a bit more careful with.
Yeah, and here's another team here that may be looking for their chicken dinner. That's going to be HG. JCY is already making his way towards the circle, and that's pretty much to regroup with the rest of his team here, as Vector and Hunter are already set up in this village. Right now, HG being the only Malaysian team, could be the only Malaysian team to pick up a chicken dinner if they can find one in this game. So that's hoping for them, at least for this round. But for now, though, things pretty much slowing to a bit of a crawl. As Code now going up against Zealotry, they've gotten quite a few knockdowns, and that's looking very, very bad now for Zealotry Esport because they're getting themselves knocked one after another. Oh boy, what's going on over here?
Yeah, 2v4 situation, I would say. Zealotry has 2 casualty down. Their buggy is being shot at. Could be exploited any moment. Rinson and Shabeta is the only 2 alive. Nutawat and Urfu has been brought down. They have to exfil into safety. Meanwhile, Code, they might be able to go in for the chase. But 4 Angry Birds, they are getting hunted by Jet. Has to exfil at the same time. A lot of look at the amount of players coming
look
in.
at that. Yeah, there's a huge battle going on this hill right now as Jet is fighting against 4 Angry Birds. 4 Angry Birds having high ground and low ground simultaneously somehow in this little fight. But Jet right now trying their best to fight this front, fight this
there's a nade coming in.
a little bit. Oh, great. Grenade came in, didn't quite land though, unfortunately, but 4 Angry Birds now still trying to get the revive coming in. Ooh, just looking very, very tight though, because there's only one member alive for both of them, and they're trying to get the revives onto each of them. So now Nord is going to send a smoke up there, try to cover as he's going to be able to get the revive on his teammate here, hopefully. But 4 Angry Birds is still inside this vicinity here, so Jet knows they have to get this revive done quickly so that they can reposition. Look at Sugar, he's getting a good flank there on the bottom side. I'm not sure if Jet is going to be able to respond to that quickly though. Now Nord, he is in position. He's going to send a nade down. Hopefully that will be able to cover Sugar. But Sugar is already moving out the way. He gets a shot. Nord is already knocked out. Oh, and he's gonna get taken down, and Jetstar AW is out for the count.
What a play by Sugar. That is so sweet with that aim. Landing by the road, that was a difficult angle for Sugar actually to even spot the player and to even land the shot. But Demigod, they are getting punished. Has to be a bit more careful. They are going into the zone of HG, but they are running into Code as well. Solix has to make a run for it. And Dam has to drive into the safety. What can they do? They are going into the swamps. Moon spinning into safety. Oh, God.
That's a Hollywood action shot if I've ever seen one there for Moon. But that's enough for safety though. But the thing is, Puma, it's literally on the hill next to them, so they cannot afford to keep themselves exposed too much. So pretty much they're gonna have to make the swamp their home, at least for now. So in the meantime though, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 14 teams here, still on the second circle. but we've already seen a lot of action in this opening moments. Just exactly what we want to see here on Irango. Currently, we are with Demigods the last chooses. One of 2 Demigod teams are in this fight here. We just saw Code do a huge number there onto Zealotry Esports, so certainly has already put my prediction into a bit of a scramble at this point now. But nevertheless, it's really well done here for Code because now they're finding themselves in another fight here, this time against the Raptel Jaspers.
Yeah, Raptor Jasper, they might want to be a bit more careful going for the exfil. Oh, damage beam drop onto the players. Could still have the high ground. This is the advantage that they have. They have the vantage point to look at every single angle, but it also marks and pin a target onto them because everyone knows, okay, there is a team in that high ground. We want to avoid this zone because they could be on the Overwatch watching out for more kills to break in, and Raptor Jasper could be a statistic in this.
Indeed. I think more importantly for Code is that they don't want to force an encounter where it could easily allow a third party to get into the mix, especially at this stage of the circle. So now Maximo gonna have to duck inside. It looks like the shot's already coming from the other end because there's Puma XLF having a high ground on the far side, and Maximo just keeping an eye out into Otto. He's gonna send some shots down that way, and Otto is gonna be able to duck just in time. But now Zealotry, they are in the middle of a little bit of a fight here between Raptel and Code. And now Code is going to use this opportunity to try to get some shots onto Raptel. So a bit of a 3-way fight going on here, but Zealotry is going to get themselves eliminated by Raptel Jasper. So now Code and Raptel back to their usual standoff here, but this time Raptel a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, Zealotry, I did not expect them to stop in the middle of a sandwich. That was a pickle for them as everything just lands on top of them. They have Raptor on the west, they have Code on the east, it might be even HG on the south side. So Zealotry, oh, that was a very bad positioning to get themselves into. While still holding on to all 3 players of Raptor does have its teammate Banjo and Maximo to oversee what's happening, but at the same time, they have to be a bit more careful because Puma XLF, they have their eyes and aim locked down at them.
Indeed, and right now Code is just completely caught here because right now they cannot afford to keep their eyes off of Raptel, but with the rest of the teams already coming in here, and given that this is already the 3rd circle closing up at this point, oh, that's a loot box just in front, so Maximo's going to be going up in front, and hopefully be able to pick up a lot of really good loot. So oh boy, let's see what he's going to be able to get. No one around here. What's he got?
L3
What you got?
A level 4 vest, a ghillie suit. There's no weapon. I presume he's still gonna hold on to that Uzi. Doesn't gonna hold on to his weapons that he has in the early stage. Kind of smart play because he does have a mid towards a long range and use it for a close range. But Maximo landing the shots. Yeah, nasty.
Woo. Nasty, and on that Mini 14 as well. He's going to go for another one there. Solic's taking a bit of damage though. He's not moving out of the way. But Maximo not going to stick around for too long there, unless this gunshots has already extracted too much attention. Walt's going to be still on the outside here. Again, he's pretty much the only buffer between Raptel and the rest of his team, so he's playing a very important role on keeping his eye on that carry team just to the western side. There's a grenade coming in from the side there. Degon Union taking a lot of damage. Benedine is going to try his best to use a Molotov there to try to keep them out of the way while Veda continues to move in on the position. Smoke making it quite hard for him to try to find a good target to hit, so he's going to blow up the Jeep, and that is actually enough to take down one member of Degon. Is it going to be enough to get rid of the rest though? Looks like the rest of Degon is already taken out, but look at that. OGG Bliss is coming in here to try to finish off the rest of Veda. Optimizer gets himself knocked out in the process. Now Adine is going to try his best to get the healing up, but he knows that one member is coming in front, but no, he gets knocked down straight in front. Beta's already down, only one member is left. Can he still stay alive? No, he will not. Scotty gets the kill.
What a place by OGG. Blades eliminating Beta. Beta did had a good positioning, but Code, and you can see Raptor, they managed to get some sneaky third party coming in. Scotty will be able to collect a lot of kills, and you can see Demigod, they are on the lookout, they are scouting for some kills, but they are still stuck by the swamp. A bit of a bad positioning because they are at the lowest ground, but they can spot out players from the high ground. Has to be a bit more careful. Nimbus, some of the players from the side of Nimbus are dropping down. 10 teams still alive, 33 players still in the game.
Yeah, still lots of targets to shoot at here, even at this fourth circle. Code Maximo getting a good kill there onto Diverso, so it looks like Diverso and Incognito is already taking a lot of damage on their end. Wham is going to try to see if he can find some way to return fire, but now he's going to be joining back to his teammate here on Chi-Chi, see if he can keep him alive for now. Now Chi-Chi, I think he should be able to get his healing up. Indeed, he's already getting himself back up to speed. But at the moment, though, they have to watch out on the opposite end because HG certainly has a good position there for themselves. It's only this mound here that's really keeping the cover here for Demigods. So looks like they're going to be switching grenades here. It looks like it's going to be giving a smoke grenade to one of his teammates. So I think they're trying to go for a bit of a setup here to go for the gag onto HG. Oh, meantime though, Nimbus unfortunately gets himself caught out there, so HG claims another team for themselves. So certainly, I think they're setting themselves out to be a pretty big target here on this map.
Oh, the circle just shifted up north. HG might have to rotate, but they have to rotate into the hands of Demigod. If they go up north, they will be rotating into the face of Raptor. So they might want to play the time a bit. They might want to play the zone as well. So taking it slow is a choice for them. That's the only option that they have. But if they move up north, they might be meeting up with Colts. By the swamps, there is another team. So Demigod tried to creep into this. Oh, the circle just favors onto Code. Code did not even move around from their original position. So close to going for the kill. Get some things onto him.
Don't like this position here for Demigod because HG is going to be moving up from the ridge here. So KVN is going to set up some smoke here to hopefully get some cover. Now HG is going to be moving up here. So KVN is going to be playing a very important role here the moment they come across the crest. Grenades already coming in there. KVN is taking a bit of damage. He's still trying to hold his own though inside the smoke. So HG needs to be careful coming in here. Another grenade going to come in, but KVN still standing for now. Waiting for the right time, sending another grenade up there because HG hasn't quite got themselves over the hump yet as Hunter gets his buggy up in front. Oh, Demigod waiting for a target to appear here so that he can at least get a shot down. Wham's already taken a lot of damage here, so he needs to get the first aid kit up. He's going to use the last one in his pack here. And so pretty much it's gonna be a last chance here. Oh, but grenade, it's already nullified all that healing. Now HG Hunter gets caught out there. He's gonna try to get out of the way. Chi-Chi's gonna get knocked down. Finally, HG has found one target. Now the rest of them got scrambling to try to find a base of attack here, but unfortunately, the rest of them got themselves completely surrounded, completely decimated. No members of them are gonna be left here as Code now moves in onto Puma. Now Puma Joe is gonna try to run out of the way. Tess is gonna be left out here on alert here. He's gonna be sacrificed to the gods. Maximo just gets himself knocked down. Mr. Joe is still alive for now. Walls still inside the house, trying to wrap around here, trying to find Mr. Joe, but Mr. Joe is still able to sneak around here. Finally takes down one, but no, what happened? He gets himself eliminated. Puma is already out of the game.
Yeah, Puma is out of the game. Maximo has to be a bit more careful, right? There was just dancing around. Real smoke, but I do believe there is a team from the north that managed to take down the players from Puma XL Lab that collects the kill point for them, and Kut still sticking in the high ground. They have to be a bit more careful, but HG, they are pushing in. They have to be a bit more careful. They have to go up against 4 Angry Birds, and they are rushing into the compound of Code. Looking at Code, oh, they are scrambling. They do not have much utilities to play with. Volts does have a lot, but he has to be a bit careful. He is cooking up some grenades just in case anyone coming in. playing by the door. Vector is pushing up for Angry Bird. KNS managed to land some rain of bullets down into the swarm, trying to hit anyone and will be able to connect some of those shots. But oh, Oasis is getting some dings.
A lot of things on their end, and Scotty's gonna get a lot of damage there for KNS. So now he's gonna be scrambling to get together with Optimizer. Angry Birds still has 4 members here, and they are in a really good position here to try to keep Oasis get kept, I would say, from that final circle. So right now, I mean, Code Maximo obviously has the biggest advantage right now, as HG is really trying to knock them off of that perch. But Scotty now gets himself knocked down. Optimizer is still alive, I think, but maybe not for long though, because unfortunately that blue zone is going to be coming around them very, very soon. So now, Angry Birds is going to be focusing attention towards the center of the circle, because they know that's where the real fight is going to be. And they see Demigods also crossing the road at the same time, so you know that this is going to be a massive fight now in the 7th and final circle.
Oh, KNS is in the smoke. He does first out the players, trying to go for the shot. Will land onto JCY. JCY still alive, but he will be really bad in position. Vector will go for the refrag. JYC will be brought down by Raptor. The frame will be able to bring down the player from the side of HG. Angry Birds still alive. Code, they're still holding on to the compound. They are not letting anyone in. 5 teams still alive. 40 players still in the game, but KNS just ate a knee into the face. He is down and out, but the remaining members of Angry Birds, they are in the vicinity. They have the angle, but they have to climb up this mountain. It's gonna be a bit hard. Oh, Flash lands into the face. Has to be a bit careful. Raptor still staying alive. They are playing it slow. Code and Raptor fight has not ended at all. It has been going on for a couple of phases. Angry Birds, they are looking for kills. They are trying to solidify themselves.
Oh, they're trying so hard, but now Lancelot finally finds a good angle here. He's going to try to flank around Raptel and has been constantly sending wave after wave of grenades after them, but still not landing too much damage onto them yet. So now Lancelot still attempting to keep Raptel Jaspers contained on the outside, while the rest of his team tries to fight on towards Code, who is still inside the building that's right in the center of the circle. So now Sugar, he sees Demigod on the opposite end, so he knows he wants to keep them gate kept from the center of the circle, but Code still holds ultimately the hill that is the main target for all 5 of these teams. So now Angry Birds still out on the edge, Raptel still outside as well. Only Code is inside the building. As Diverso now picks up their vehicles and they're moving in from the northern side, and it's already tracking a lot of tension here. Lancelot moves up very bravely up onto the high ground here, hopefully to try to draw out some fire from Code, but still none to be found from the yellow team so far, as the rest of the 4 Angry Birds slowly creep up. They want to try to find a way to get rid of these teams, but it's still a very, very crowded final circle.
Yeah, Walls just need to hold that door. Just need to play sneaky by that compound. It will be hard for the Maximo to even get a rotation, but hopefully no need to get tossed into the compound. That Walls just walk out into danger. They spot him out. Walls will be brought down. Oh, 4 Angry Birds, real strong. Diviso on the other end, just send in some grenades, send in some bullets and heal as possible. But Rafdal slowly, they are gonna crawl into the safety. They are gonna play the red game once again.
Yeah, failing which you'll always have the rat to fall back to. Demigod still on the opposite end there. Sugar gets a shot. That's gonna be enough there at the moon. He's gonna try to go elimination. Yes, that's already 1 eliminated from Demigod. So only Solix is left here from team number 6. He's already taken damage. He's already taken down. Diviso's gotten the kill. Now, 4 teams still remaining. 4 Angry Birds still has 4 members, but they're pretty much the only team that still has a full stack at this point. Now, Diverso has 2 members on the lower side. Raptel still has 3, now down to 2 as Lancelot finds a kill. Now, Diverso, let's see if he can find it. No, he gets taken down. Boytok is already out. 1 member remaining from Diverso, while Raptel still has 2. Lancelot has the high ground. He's literally right on top. He sends a grenade down to his ass. Well, it's gonna be enough for the kill. Doesn't quite do damage there, but 4 Angry Birds pretty much are king of the hill.
Yeah, that's what I am thinking. For Angry Birds sitting on top of the compound, it will be the king of the hill for them. But Raptor, they have the hard positioning. Same goes to the Visa, but I see two-player Sugar. He is just on point with his shots. The way he controls his recall is just so sweet. It's so hard not to notice him at all. But Lancelot and KNS holding on to the high ground. Maximo, he is just gonna stay still. He's not gonna make any noise. He will just be an observer and just wait it out, wait the fight into the end. Raptor, they are in a bad positioning. Smoke being tossed out by Lancelot. Another one comes in. The Visual, they will keep the players in check on the roof, but the Frank tries to hold on. Can they push it? Oh, they do hear footsteps.
Oh boy. The Verso's now gonna have to move now because that circle is already closing in. This is literally the final circle, so there's literally no more room there for them to maneuver. They have to get themselves out in the open, and it's gonna be now or never. Maximo is still inside the house, though. He's not quite budged from his position. As 4 Angry Birds already get themselves on the ground. Lancelot keeps an eye on the window. He knows Maximo's still inside, so he's waiting for the opportunity. He finds it. He gets a kill. So now it's only 2 more teams are waiting attention. 1 more team left. The Verso and Lancelot, he gets the kill. 4 Angry Birds gets their second chicken dinner.
4 Angry Birds doing it once again. They collected 12 points based on kills itself, and on top of that, they managed to get the chicken dinner that's gonna solidify themselves onto the standings with more aggression, with more authority for the 4 Angry Birds. Congratulations to them for collecting their second chicken dinner of the day. That is a play from the team of 4 Angry Birds. Lancelot, he is the man of the game. Look at how trigger disciplined he is. Look at how composed it is. He knew someone was in the compound. He waited before making that push. He took out Maximo, and that was the signal for them to go on for the push and tell all the players, alright, that's one down, there's few more to go. We keep on one by one, objective after objective. 4 Angry Birds picks up the second chicken dinner.
Whoa, that is certainly an amazing performance here. Game number 4, certainly worthy of a chicken dinner in that round. Massive respect there to Lancelot, because he literally was a playmaker for his team there. You could see how that siege lasted until the very final moment. We had the 8th circle, quote unquote, here, and that really had to come down to that in order to determine this 4th game. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and have a look at the highlights for game number 4.
Yeah, definitely would love to rewatch game number 4 itself. I have to give credits to Code, because how they hold themselves down onto the compound from the start of the circle into the late phase and into the final phase of really good gameplay coming in from Code themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that they are the second highest kill count, I think, in game number 4, right behind 4 Angry Birds. So I think score-wise, they certainly are putting themselves very much high up there. So I think certainly they have done very well in this round here, but you can see, all the other teams really tried to amp up their aggression here. And I think at the end of the day, it was the teams that were able to find the good kills that were, in the end, the ones who were putting up the performances in this round.
Definitely could they manage to hold as long as possible, but 4 Angry Birds, they were just holding on to the discipline, taking objective one after another, step by step. What a play coming in from the side of 4 Angry Birds, and with that, they collected their second chicken dinner. Can they hold on to that lead, hold on to that position, and get more on the next one? It will be the final round for the day. It will be going back to the sandy dunes of Miramar.
Indeed. I mean, I really am very curious about how the standings are going to be, especially after a round like this. I mean, certainly it has surprised a lot of us. I mean, for one, I predicted it was going to be Zeltry who gets his chicken dinner, but they're one of the first teams to get eliminated. So I really don't know at this point. I mean, at this point, I'm just going to hang back and let these teams, put out their performances.
I think Zeltry, they have to put on a big fight. We'll be coming back to the standings later, and definitely would love to see how the standing is. Definitely for Angry Birds, they haven't solidified themselves onto the top 1 seed. How many points separates the first and second seed? It will be a question that have to be answered after the break. But the standings after the 4th round, it's gonna set the tempo. It's gonna set the pace for a lot of teams, and looking at how they are gonna go in later on, it's going to set a very, very important message for them.
Indeed. I've got one last question here for you, though, Uwu. Did you know that Tesla has just made a new perfume scent?
What? Really?
Yeah, a new scent just released. They called it Elon's Musk. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be taking a break, so we'll be right back with hopefully less terrible jokes than this one.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Yo, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open. We've already been through 4 different maps here of PUBG Mobile in this open final number 1 for split number 1 of the season number 2. But now it's gonna be coming down to this one final round here on Miramar. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Uda Magical, and we're now on the final round for today. So coming into this one now, I really want to see what's the rankings at this point here. Aren't you curious as well, Uwu?
Yep, definitely. I am curious on who is sitting on top. I think we kind of know 4 Angry Birds could be the one that's sitting on top, but the mid card is of the 2nd to 6th place, or even the 8th place, going to be really important to set the tempo. But let's take a look. We can't wait for the result. We have the result, and it is here for Angry Bird sitting on top with 65 points. Meanwhile, followed by Raptor Jasper. They sneak one up with the red play with 44 points in the back. OGG Blitz making a comeback with 42 points on the 3rd place. Demigod Incognito is just back by 1 point, sitting at the 4th place, 41 points. Puma X, Celeb Esports, and Dorogan Union just separated by 1 point. Puma X Celeb sitting at 39, Dorogan Union sitting at 38, The Whistle Heaven sitting at 35 points. Meanwhile, 03 Esports sitting at 33 points. Budak HG dropped down to the 9th place with 31 points. Code on the 10th place with 28 points. The Whistle Envy with 25 points. Nimbus Cloud Esports sitting at the 12th place with 16 points. Separating them will be only 1 point. Jetstar sitting at the 13th place with 15. Meanwhile, Demigods, the Glaze, sitting at the 14th place with 13 points. Beta Temis at 15th place with 9 points. And at the bottom, the Mythos Lightning. Looks like Lightning doesn't strike at day 1, but they might be able to strike on day 2 itself. They are sitting at 4 points at the bottom of the standing. I think they can be doing better later on. We do have to see how things unfold. This is the last round. Victor Cax, what do you have in mind for all these teams?
Well, I mean, the main thing to me is that, you know, looking at Raptor Jasper, OGG Blitz, and 14 there, the thing is that both for them, they don't have chicken dinners, but yet they are still in that top 4. So it tells me that if they can just pick up a chicken dinner there and pick up more kills, that could be enough to fight. But the thing is that there's still 65 points there for our current kill leaders that is going to be for Angry Birds. So man, it's gonna be quite a hard act to follow, but again, they only have 1 game to do so. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, now that this open final is quickly coming to close, you might want to think about signing up for the next one, wouldn't you? So, ladies and gentlemen, split number 2 for this season of PUBG Mobile here at the ESL Mobile Open is already up for registration. So the link is already live. It is at esl.gg/ESL Mobile PUBGM. So go ahead and sign up there right now so you can get started on split number 2. And who knows, you might be in the next open finals and we might see you just there.
Definitely will be excited to see new teams, new faces, new names in the second split. But the first split itself got us super excited with all this fight. I can't wait to see what will happen in the second split. We will be jumping in to the last map of the day, the last run of the day. We will be on the sandy dunes of Miramar. I think we have to put on our last and final prediction for today. Who could be walking away with the chicken dinner? Who will be sitting on top? Can 4 Angry Birds solidify themselves by end of the day to be on top? We have to figure it out. Victor Cax, give me your last prediction of the day.
Somehow, like, you know, despite the fact that I'm thinking of all the other teams in my mind, like HG or Diverso, somehow my mind comes back to Dorgon United because, again, they did pick up that first chicken dinner, don't get me wrong, but I think they kind of slipped a little bit towards the final few games. So, I don't know, something tells me that they might have something up their sleeve in this last one. It might just be a little bit of a brain ping just going off here, but I don't know, that's just what I have in mind there, I guess.
Kinda agree. I'm kind of split between Dorgan Union and 4 Angry Birds. Looking at how their performance, I think Dorgan Union, they didn't really slip off that much. They just got caught off. They got a bit in a very bad positioning. They were trying to have the great migration. They got caught off. They get picked off one by one, and then they don't have the numbers scheme to go in for the late phase. They didn't have the great strength to fight for more, and they always get third party. I think if they play a bit safe, I think they have to replicate what 4 Angry Birds do. Replicate the gameplay, play it slow in the early phase, walk in the later phase, find some fights, third party some fights, and maybe grab the kill points that is really, really important, and that might be enough for them to even get the chicken dinner and propel them back to the top as on the leaderboard itself. So I think I might go with your prediction as well. I do feel Dorgan Union might have something up their sleeve. They might be able to do this. They might be able to pull off another chicken dinner in for them.
Yeah, in any case, I'm pretty much rooting for them because right now, with 4 Angry Birds already having 2 chicken dinners, I would say their position is very, very solid coming to this final game. And look at that flight path all the way on the southern side. So that northern side is going to be very, very empty this game, I expect.
Yeah, northern side will be a very, real hard place for them to get up on top. But the flight path from West 2 is crossing Los Leonas circle. I'm going to give a circle prediction. It'll land onto Los Leonas, Impala, La Badeta. Might hit some of the water on the east coast. Oh, just gonna rub in some of my magic to try to get this circle prediction. But a lot of the teams, they are heading up north.
Yeah, so the question is only whether it can get further up north or not. So that circle comes up, but I can't quite catch where that went go, unfortunately. Well, we'll try to figure out eventually. And in any case, Puma, Excelep currently in this area together with Beta. Now, again, Miramar early game phase usually is a little bit slow, a little bit more focused on farming. So I wonder if Puma is going to end up in a bit of an encounter here with Beta.
Yeah, definitely have to see. It is quite close. Puma Excelep has to be a bit more careful. They did bring the float in. They did bring a pan into a gunfight. But can they pull it off, or they will peel off? You have to see, can they go in for the fight? But we do have a knock. Oh my god. Is this the caster curse? Because Dorgan Union, they have one player being knocked. Test Pumas putting some bullets downrange, might be able to land some shots.
Yeah, so this is going to be a big test now because Puma, again, they've already picked up 1 chicken dinner. And if they can't really get this fight done well, it's going to hurt their chances to get the chicken dinner in this one now, isn't it? Well, unfortunately, I spoke a little too soon. Test Puma's already down, so already Puma is on the back foot now. They're gonna have to pick it up here, otherwise this could be a very bad game here for them.
Yeah, G4 making a turn around, able to have a back knock to them, but Puma slap Mr. Joe. And you can see Puma, they are making for the push. They are gonna try their best to push as much as possible. Triple F trying to go for the push as well. Has to be a bit more careful. Managed to knock 2 players down from Beta, and Beta has to be a bit more careful. They are gonna go for the rest itself. Can see one player from the side of Beta making a push. Triple F try to go for the push as well. G4 will be able to collect the kill. The Vissel as well, taking a hold onto it.
Yeah, now
Oh!
getting caught out with Beta. Triple F tries to get returned, but no, he's getting knocked down as well. Beta has already caught 2 knockdowns. Mr. Joe is the only one left alive, and he's running away. There's nothing he can do. Oh, this is devastating now for Puma XLF. Oh no.
Oh, this is so hard. Mr. Joe has to exfil, has to give up all 3 members. He's the last one alive. He do not want to give this game up so easily. He's gonna back out into safety. He will play for the long game. He has to play the red. Better on the other hand, perfectly executed, going for the high ground. They were on a disadvantage, but with the gameplay they are playing, they just sweep Puma XLF off their feet.
Yeah, that was so unexpected, but then again, so good here for Beta. I mean, now they have one less Thai team to worry about, and with those 3 extra kill points, that's only going to help them in the rankings as things go on. Now, Diverso, this is the sister team. They have already lost 2 of their members, so also not off to a good start. Zealotry, in the meantime, still has 4 members up. They've already gotten 2 kills already, so good for them. Now, the thing is, what about the rest, though?
Yeah, Zealotry, they have a good opening right here. They can go for the push since there's only 2 players left for the opponent's side. So Zealotry, they might be on a hunt. On the other side, you can see Mythos Lightning going up against the winner of round number 4 and also round number 2 for Angry Birds. Budget sitting on top of the silo will be able to scout out for his team. Feels they are playing the 1-2-1 formation, but Budget has to be a bit more careful if he's gonna play in this formation, because for Angry Birds they have all 4 players are quite spread, but they do have a line of sight onto Budget.
Right now, we're with the Mythos Lightning. Right now, it's pretty much going to have to stick in position here. There's no reason for them to move out of the way. Just have to keep an eye out on the compound just across from them and decide if they want to engage or they want to try to draw out some fire. But for now, though, again, this is Miramar. You know, you expect that early game is going to be usually a lot of standoffs, a lot more farming, less fighting. Hopefully, we'll see a lot more action as things heat up.
But last round of the day, round number 5, I think a lot of teams, they are gonna play it more slower. They are gonna play it much more safer. They do not want to give up any placement points. Definitely kill points is going to be a bonus for them, but looks like a lot of teams, they do not want to take that risk. They do not want to give up any advantage or any position themselves. Most of the teams, they are gonna exfil. They will start the great migration real soon. Most of players, they do have the loadout that they need, but Mythos, they are sitting in a very bad position with the amount of loot that they have. But on the other side, you can see Jet able to explode one of the vehicles for the Vissel.
It's going to be interesting now. So mid's already going to be on the move now. Let's see where they're going to try to reposition themselves. Oasis, in the meantime, already found one code. Oh, exit. Already taking a lot of damage here. It's been a 1v2. He's already taken down. Now, Walls is going to try to get some shots from the distance here, but I don't think he's going to be able to save his teammate, though. Maximo's very, very far away here, so he's not in a good position here to support the rest of his team. Oh, this is looking very, very bad now for Code. Maximo going to be able to find a good angle here.
Oh,
he sees
wow.
Newbie. Oh, that's a good shot there. Uno is down. Newbie's going to have to hide behind the tree. Waltz is going to be able to bring his car up in front here, so that's already putting the pressure onto the OGG Blitz now. Okay, Newbie spotted again. He's going to get another shot down. Maximo's keeping an eye on far end because it's another member. That's Scotty that's on the high ground. Maximo gets the shot into Newbie, gets the kill done. So now there's only one member from Oasis that to watch out for. That's Scotty. And Maximo has him in his sights. Oh boy. I don't think Scotty's going to be living for long though, because that Car 98 knows how to land its shot.
Yeah, looking at how Maximo is playing with the gun inside the sniper rifle that he has in hand, he just beams anyone. Scotty just have to make a pick, but he will exfil. He will try to run. Can he knocks onto another vehicle. But the player of Code, they are down. Scotty turning the tide around. It's Maximo going up against Scotty 1v1. This is team versus team, but there will be one third party. They are coming in. There will be demigod. They are looking around. Maximo thinking, oh, time to make a run for it. I lost all three of my teammates. It's time for me to make a run. Oh, they spot out Maximo. Maximo. Oh no, what can he do? He does have the sniper in hand. Can he land his shot? One shot down the range. He whipped that second quick scope, not on target. Maximo holding on. He is fighting for survival. Meanwhile, Oasis, OGG, Blitz had a run out of it. He is surrounded. This is the swarm of demigod creep by the back foot, shooting uphill. He's getting shot from uphill to downhill. What an unfortunate play for Maximo.
He shouldn't have stayed. I felt like in the moment he realized he's alone, he should just exfil. And when I saw Demigod around the corner, I knew eventually he's gonna die. Man, that was such a shame though, because Code, could have been in a really good position to get some good points in this haul, but that's unfortunately not meant to be. Now Nimbus, team number 14, they've already lost Magnus, so they're running as a 3 squad at this point. And second circle up, and still a lot of teams around. I mean, still could be anyone's game in this current round. Now Jet AW, it's literally on the far end here, so Nimbus is just keeping an eye out. But they're not really looking for an engagement anytime soon, unless their hand are going to be forced. But for now though, with 15 teams still on board, 49 players still alive for now. We've already seen Puma X Lab getting taken out. We also saw Code getting decimated and completely wiped off the map now. I mean, at this point, who knows what the next surprise is going to be around the corner, isn't it?
Definitely what surprise will unfold for all these teams. A drop will be dropping by Nimbus. They will relocate to a better position because they are somewhat near the edge of the safe zone, so they want to hit into the middle of the storm, middle of the fight. Copy what Code did. Copy their strategies. Make a stronghold. There is a good game plan to do it, to create a stronghold in Norama, because you have a lot of open spaces to look. You can look through the horizon, but the moment you set yourself up to that position, you're basically setting yourself up in a jam, because if the circle move away from the position that you were holding on as a stronghold, it's going to be a very bad rotation that they have to rotate out to. There's another team HG. This is going to be a bit hard for them. They are trying to find the sparks of life for them, trying to find the spark of enlightenment as well, but It's going to be real hard for them. They will try their best, but they do spot out. Could be one team right in the open in front of them.
Yeah, still looking for that elusive chicken dinner here is Team HG, but another team being over the horizon there, that's Beta, could pose as a huge threat for them. So it looks like HG is going to be moving out of the way here and trying to find a new place to set up camp. So in the meantime though, ladies and gentlemen, things are already slowing down a little bit as we have entered the third circle, where they have teams just trying to find good positions here, getting themselves set up, waiting for that next circle to come around. Given how wide open Miramar is, you know, it's very little chance for encounters.
No!
But oh, Mr. Joe has just found himself in the middle of one. He gets taken down by Vector just as he wandered into the wrong place at the wrong time. And that's it. Puma X-Lep is the second team to get eliminated on game number 5.
Yup, the top teams slowly and surely getting eliminated so early into the game. What can be done? It's going to be hard for them to hold on to the lead that they build up, but it's done. It has to be done. As the teams from the mid kind of about to come, they are trying the best. OGG Optimizer running into some picker, but into safety. Tokyo holding on, just managed to bring one down. Diviso, they are going for the push. Diviso enemy, this will be team from Indonesia. Senpai cooking up a nade. He will Hail Mary it, will not connect. Meanwhile, the other two teammates, they will try to back up this teammate of Senpai. Teach me, Senpai, how to nade this.
Oh, that hurts, dog. Don't ask him if he's all right, but that's a good nade if I've ever seen one there. But Diverso is still able to hold their own despite that. So now it's going to be a little bit of a ceasefire until they can get the revives up. So Diverso has already got themselves up to speed. Superboy is just holding on the far end there, just keeping an eye out, I expect. But Senpai can't really find a good opening there, so it looks like Nimbus are going to be peeling back here, cutting their losses here and preventing any more damage to come from the side of Diverso. Now, the thing is that pretty much is going to give concede a lot of ground there to Diverso, so it's plenty of opportunity for them to try to move up now. Question is, will they be able to make the most of this opportunity though? Because Nimbus, they are set up in the ambush position here, so to shoot the Diverso decided to proceed here. Nimbus is already in position to attack.
Yup, looks like Nimbus setting up the thunder, setting up the lightning. They are hailing down the rain of bullets. Nothing connects. Just a bit of a warning shot. Do not invade our place. But Nimbus, thunder has to strike as the zone is dropping on top of them in the next phase.
Yeah, right now Diverso still holding out on the edge of the circle there. They still haven't quite moved on yet, so Nimbus could pretty much stay comfortable for now because they're not going to be facing any major threat from that side, but have to watch out for the other flank though. Oh, Superboy and Junior being eyed upon here. Zealotry in the meantime, bit of a scramble here as Jet has already gotten a drop there onto Rinsen. Shabeta as well is already down Smitowan and Irv are the only one standing here for Zealotry, and now Irv is going to try to go in front here, trying to get a kill. He gets one down. Now they will be able to eliminate one here, but they need to try to find the other as two members of Zealotry are still out on the count. In fact, Shabeta has already been taken out, so there's only 3 members left of Zealotry alive on this map. Now Jet is going to take his opportunity to try to put in a kill. Look at that, Pixis goes in front, he breaks down the door. He's going to try to go in front of Irv. He gets a kill. Zealotry is out for the count.
Zealotry eliminated. Jet, revive me, Jet. Most of the teammates, they are up into the safety. What a play by Jet. Managed to eliminate Zealotry's boss. Oh, that's a good start, but it's kind of late in the game, but they still managed to get the kills. Raptor finally laying down some shots downrange. Can they connect onto Demigod? Meanwhile, oh, the Freak J, he is so up in front on the front line.
Very, very risky position, but again, could be the best place to ambush Demigod because they have just arrived at that complex. So pretty much, Lefreak J is going to be the front liner in this little encounter while Asaroth keeps an eye out from a distance here. Now Lefreak J holding position here. He knows that the Demigods are swarming in around him. So what is he going to be able to do here? Asaroth can't really support him for this position though. There's too much cover between him and there. And, meantime though, Heishi already taking a bit of damage on their own. Vectors all the way down. So JCY is going to have to come in to get a revive. So they have ice here. But look at that Beta coming straight through here. They're going to try to carve themselves right through the entire Heishi. And they manage to get a spray down just in time. So now one member of Beta right in front. So they should be able to get elimination onto him. And indeed, that's going to be instant karma there for that one poor member of Beta. So, well, in any case, HG still able to stay alive, still have 4 members up, so they still are in this fight.
Oh my god, that gave the player a heart attack. Seeing a buggy flying uphill, just sidestepping. Oh, what a play by Hunter. And Keegan avoiding this, but they have to pop the smoke because they are getting shot by down here by Diviso Envy. They are thinking of for the push. Beta getting the information that there is another team coming in. After the Freak gets punished. Oh, but what a crossfire being set up. There's so many fights happening at this point. Can the retaining leader for Angry Boys hold on to the lead? But we are still with Buddha HG. They are on the high ground. They are not in the safety yet, but Hunter gets hunted.
Oh, yeah. Looks like that didn't quite work out for Raftel Jesper because only Asaroth is left alive here. Demigod still have full stack. They're going to be surrounding Asaroth. He is not going to be long for this world here, I'm afraid, here. Oh, Asaroth tries to get out of the It's out the window, only led in front of a grenade. That's the end for Raftel Jespers, and it might just be the end for HG if they're not too careful. They've already lost Vector, they've lost JCY, and they've lost Keegan. Only Hunter is left, and he's pretty much the hunted at this point.
Yup, Hunter has to be a bit more careful. Fire a couple of misfire shots. Not sure it will pop some smokes out. The circle is gonna move right now. He is getting hurt. Banish will not be good enough. He has to get into the safety. He has to make a run for it, but getting into the car. That is just what the enemy wants him to do. Get into that vehicle and we will bring you down. We will eliminate you. Beta collecting 7 kills in the back. They are sitting a very, very comfortable, but they have to crawl into the zone real fast. 9 teams still alive. 25 players. Make it 8 with 23 players. This is going to be real sketchy for a lot of teams.
Yeah, Scotty has just got taken out by the play zone here, so I wonder where's that last member of OGG Blitz though? Or was that the last member of OGG Blitz, now that I think about it? Nevertheless, Nimbus trying to revive their own. They still have a 3 stack, so they're still very much in this fight. Same with Beta as well. We're still on the opposite end of this circle, and Senpai taking lots of damage here, man. That's not a good. That's just pure pain. In the meantime, the backline there, look at the Dogon Union. They're currently locked in a bit of battle with Jetstar. As for Angry Birds, they managed to get a kill onto Solix there. In fact, blew up a car in order to score that kill. So for Angry Birds as well, still sticking claim for themselves. And Beta, in the meantime, locked in the battle with Demigod. So again, we're having fights break out all over the circle, and we're still having 6 teams to go here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're still in this for the long haul. Now Senpai has found himself a good position up on top here to keep an eye out in this battle between Jet and Dogon Union. For Angry Birds, in the meantime, they just lost Sugar, so I don't think they're looking too good on their side as well if they're losing people through that play zone. Best thing's gotten a couple of kills there, and that's already, I think, a knockdown to Nord. Senpai tries to get a shot on the far end there that didn't quite nail down Dean, but Dean's still going to be able to stay in position for now. In the meantime, though, that's a lot of flames coming in. Yeah, I think Jet is getting completely burnt up here. Now, there's only 5 teams remaining, and yep, Pixis is the only member left alive on the side of Jetstar AW. So pretty much he's going to have to be in this for the long haul now. So with smokes all coming around here, this is a very, very busy hillside here in this sixth circle. And with things starting to close in around them, who knows who's going to be the one on top. 13 players still remain here, ladies and gentlemen. So there's still 12 other people that Jet Pixis is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, Jet Pixis has to be careful. He is a last sole survivor for his team. But looking at the fire coming in, Beta, they are sending down some mollies. They are pushing in. Oh, this circle is just nasty. It's basically like a volcano. There is high ground looking into the low ground from every single side. Demigod, they are just smacked down in the compound. They can play out real safe if they are sneaky enough, but Nimbus, they do have some sight onto Beta. Beta to be a bit more careful. Dragon Union is fighting on for survival. Demigod pass one onto Nimbus. Oh, this is going to be a very intense insertion for all the teams. If they want to go for the low ground, they have to go up. They might be spotted. Loot crate will be dropping. Not sure where Dragon Union does have only one player. Sorry, two players alive. One being knocked down. Nubus has been knocked and sent back to the lobby. Best thing is the only one alive. Nimbus does have 3 players still in the game. Beta has 3 as well. Demigod has 3. This is going to be a bit hard for Dragon Union.
Yeah, I mean, Demigod Incognito literally living up to the name because they are keeping themselves out of sight and out of mind so far in this battle, in this final circle. But as teams have been dying around them, sooner or later, they're going to have to raise their hand. So, looks like the loot crate has finally landed itself between Beta as well as Nimbus. The Habak, is he going to be making a move for it soon, though? Thing is that it should provide a bit of cover, but again, he doesn't want to expose himself to Nimbus, who is literally right across a hill. You can see Tokyo going for that flank, and did Hybeck spot him though? I think a silhouette might be visible just from the edge there, but Tokyo is taking a very, very far edge there, and he's hoping to get a good angle. Dean is going to try to get some shots down, but again, the problem is that the center of that circle is really where they want to be, but then he got pretty much having that alone. Okay, Tokyo gets a shot down onto Habek. Now Dean's going to have to return fire here. He gets a shot dead. Wow. It's it. He gets Tokyo knocked down now, so now he should be able to get the revive here, while Chief D keeps an eye out on that far side. Senpai now goes in for the revive, as does Adine onto Habek. So, in the meantime, though, still very much a standoff here. 9 seconds before that circle is going to be closing around the 7th circle, so it's going to be forcing everyone to crowd around where demigods are, and I don't think these teams are pretty much prepared for this. I mean, look at that. Even Dean doesn't have any smoke grenades to use here, so if he wants to get down there, he's going to have to do it in a very, very risky fashion.
Yeah, better if they are going into the circle, they have to hold on to the forward, but Nimbus taking out the last player of Dragon Union. We might be crowning a new chicken dinner in this round itself. Beta and Nimbus, they are fighting it out. Demigod playing it smart. They do not want to interfere. They will let the fight to unfold and have the last fight for themselves, but Beta, they have to think, fight or go into the circle. Dean, oh no, Senpai being brought down. Tokyo, what can Tokyo do? Can he hold it up?
Not much though, Senpai. No! Senpai's down. Senpai is down. Tokyo is going to have to run around here. Looks like his teammate is still able to get himself up. Sinister is still able to stay alive for now, so he's still a 2v2. But again, there's still 4 members of Demigod and already putting in some shots at the Beta. So again, now they realize that it's going to be an opportunity now to run some interference. That's a grenade that's going to be able to take down 1 member of Nimbus. Tokyo is the only one standing, and it looks like they're going to be pushing up ahead here. Chiefy tries to go in front here. Grenade doesn't quite land in Tokyo, but will Chiefy's shot be able to do so? Not quite, though. Not quite get a knockdown, but look at that try. Comes around the backside. He gets the kill to Chiefy, and that is going to be the end. Demigod Incognito picks up the final chicken dinner.
What a sneaky one from Demigod. They knew it was a disadvantage for them if they were to start the fight uphill. They just waited for it to end and they take the advantage. They hold on the charge button for the last charge. Elon Z up the hill and up for a chicken dinner. Demigod in Connector collects their chicken dinner for round number 5. Nimbus sits at the second place with Beta on the third. It was a long and excruciating fight for these two teams. Nimbus, they did their best. Beta did their best as well. But Demigod in Connector, congratulations to them for picking up their own chicken dinner.
Ooh, that's gonna be a chicken dinner they will savor for quite a bit though, but I really wonder, is it gonna be enough to make a difference in that final ranking? I mean, a lot of things have just completely been thrown out a window, from Zealotry getting eliminated early on to Kuma's XLF getting decimated in the beginning of this round. I mean, lots of things have just gone wrong here for a lot of our returning teams from Season 1, and I have to say, the competition in Season number 2 certainly is way more stiffer than we could have imagined coming into today. So again, congratulations to Demigod Incognito. Let's go ahead and have a look at the highlights now for game number 5.
Ooh, game number 5 highlights. The early team all got eliminated was from the top itself. Dragon Union was one of the teams that lasted until the top 4 itself, but Puma X left. They got themselves in a pickle. Code was on point on the push, but they themselves got in a bad situation. Looking at how Maximo he was thirsty for the thirst of that kill, but he got punished in the end. Nimbus, on the other hand, held up a good fight, held up a good position for themselves. Meanwhile, Zealotry, they were a bit risky going on a push onto Jet, and Jet, they were so aggressive. This is what 1.5, this patch 1.5 brings onto the table. Aggressive, this is all up into the face. This introduced a lot of fight into the game.
Oh, I didn't see that from Vector. No wonder he got kicked off there. But yeah, I mean, again, such an amazing 5 games we're seeing here. I mean, who knew that simple changes to the patch here could really make a huge change to playstyle all these teams coming to season number 2. But that is the way the cookie crumbles here in PUBG Mobile, here at the ESL Mobile Open. And the only question remains on my mind right now is how is that ranking looking at this point? I mean, man, like I said, so many unexpected things happen in this open finals here that really I'm at a loss to try to predict what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting to see how the standing is, especially the mid card. I think the top card itself, it will not be making much of a change itself. It's going to be a couple of teams shifting up and down, but the mid card itself, you might see some of the teams shifting themselves up to the top cards. The points itself, the chicken dinner, the kill points, it could be enough for them to push them to the top.
Yeah, I think more than anything else, I'm not too sure. I couldn't quite see all the kills for all the teams there, but it feels like a lot less kills concentrated on the single teams here on this round. I don't know, but again, the fighting was so scattered here that, you know, it was really difficult to see which team was really taking a huge advantage on this one game here. It really felt like, you know, the teams are just really trying to squeeze out the maximum amount of points they could get, you know, from picking up whatever kills they can to like maximizing rotations, and sometimes just literally playing things a little bit safer than they would normally would, I feel. But then again, I still cannot complain about the end result though, because my goodness, once that final circle comes around, all hell literally breaks loose, and that's just such a joy to see sometimes, you know, because again, when you have such chaos going around, this is where it really puts the test, you know, on the skills and abilities of these teams. Because, you know, when you have so much chaos going on around you, it really takes those with the steelest of minds and really the ones who can keep their cool under such immense pressure to be able to make those decisions that allow them to pull off good strats. And kudos to Demigod Incognito, for really getting themselves in a position very early on. But again, way Nimbus and Beta was trying to manage that whole fight towards the end there. I mean, it just felt like at some point something was going to give.
Yep. Definitely Demigod Incognito. They definitely went and came Incognito in that game alone because no one knows where are they. No one can track them. No one can see them at all. They were hiding in plain sight. They were in the house sipping that tea Incognito mode, just waiting for that opportunity to go for the kill. And Demigod Incognito, they managed to get that, and I think we have confirmation.
Yep.
We have the results. Let's take a look at the results. Whoa!
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. 4 Angry Birds. Well, 4 winners, if you want to be accurate. But 71 points and 2 winner chicken dinners, together with 29 kills, is all it took for 4 Angry Birds to take the leaderboards here at the end of today. That puts them ahead of Demigod Incognito. Despite such good run in his final one, it wasn't enough to overtake the spot, but still, that was enough to put Demigod Incognito into second spot there. Just maybe a couple of kill points off there, but certainly losing out on 1 chicken dinner there didn't quite make the difference here for the Demigods. So 63 points there for our second place team. For our third place, that goes to Doragon Union. My goodness, these guys had a really good run in the first round. Kind of faltered a little bit, but really had been keeping themselves up to par so far in this round, and it's really had paid off because they managed to keep third place ahead of OGG Blitz by only a single point. Now, OGG Blitz, despite the fact they didn't get a single chicken dinner, they've still managed to rack up so many kills. In fact, 28 pretty much puts them the second highest in total kill counts amongst all the teams here. So, very much well done. Now, running off the rest of the teams here, we got Raftel Jaspers, the 5th place there at 45 points. Puma Excellent Esports, well, it certainly wasn't a good round for them here, so they're going to be bowing out here at 6th spot. South Street Esports will be taking 7th here, again with only 36 points. That ties them up a bit with Nimbus Cloud Esports at 8th. There you got Diverso Heaven in 9 spots, Buddha HG in 10th spot here with 34 points. Then rounding out the bottom 6 here, we've got Code with 30 points, Jetstar AW 29, Diverso NV with 28, along with Beta Themis with 28 as well. Then we've got Demigods The Glass Tujiz, they're going to be taking the 15th spot with 17 points. And finally, Mythos Lightning will be rounding up the bottom 16 here with only 5 points. So that is the standings as it were after day number 1 here on this Open Finals. Man, what are your thoughts here with the Magical?
Oh, this just based on the standing alone, looking at how the top 5, they are so close to each other. First and second points might be not that of big difference, but second and third place there is at least 20 points, almost 20 points in a difference. It's going to be a hard climb, but the mid card itself is so close. For certain teams, they still have another chance. They still have a lot of opportunities to go for. So points, the next few rounds, the next day 2 will be really important for all of them, for all the teams in the bottom card, in the mid card itself, to even crawl themselves for a better position. If they were going for the top spot, it will be a Hail Mary for them, but it's going to be really interesting to see a close fight from the start to the end. And I think it's so hard to solidify who could be the well-renowned champion, I would say.
No, it's such a close competition, isn't it? Just to see, from the range of points, it's certainly very different from season number 1. I have to say, it's much better competition this time around, and certainly one that you guys will have to enjoy at home. So remember, guys, the split number 2 is already up for registration. And make sure you guys go ahead and sign up for that. It's at esl.gg/ESL Mobile Open PUBGM. So, my goodness, after 5 games of PUBGM today, I think I'm just about ready to call it a night. Would you agree, Ubu Magical?
No, definitely agreed that calling it a night, but I might be hopping off. I might be putting myself into a team and getting myself a couple of teammates and join second split. Maybe get some chance, but just looking at how all these teams played, it makes me fire. It makes me want to play PUBG Mobile right now.
So in any case there, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys enjoyed all that we've shown you guys all throughout these hours. It's been quite an amazing journey for us all throughout these 5 maps here, but unfortunately, like all good journeys, everything has come to an end here. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Uwe the Magical. We've been such a pleasure hosting you guys here in this open finals, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to call it an end. So good night, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys in the next one. Ta-ta.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up.